Hello, VetSec. Are we all back from lunch, hopefully, or breakfast, depending on where you're at? Maybe in Alaska, you're still getting your first cup of coffee. For those of you who are way over there, we're going to get started with our afternoon Eastern Time afternoon presentations. I'm super excited to welcome Nicole Hoffman to VetSecCon. Thank you, Nicole, for being here. You are
Yeah,
muted there. All right.
sorry about that. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
All right, we are in for Confessions of a CTI Baddie. I'm going to get off the stage to give you your time and let you get going.
Thank you. So I had a bit of a screen mishap today, so I was hoping my notes would be in front of me and not off to the side, but in true CTI, or not CTI, in true just tech world, it didn't happen that way. So if you see me looking off to the side, it's because that's where my notes are. And I have raging ADHD. And if I do not stick to my notes, this will take a lot longer than 30 minutes. But hello, thank you so much for coming. Thanks for having me, VetSecCon. And thank you to all that have served. Today I'm going to be giving a presentation on Confessions of a CTI Baddie, Lessons from a Decade in the Trenches. So let's get started. We have a lot to cover. A little bit about me. I have been in the field for about 10 years. I have primarily been in digital risk protection and CTI. I've worked in the vendor space as well as in enterprise security, not a non-vendor. I have primarily focused on ransomware and cybercrime. I've supported incident response. I've done Intel as a service. And now I am doing enterprise CTI for enterprise. When I first started out in the field, I was curious about the analysis portion of the intelligence lifecycle. So I created a framework to kind of help make it a little bit easier. It's called the Cognitive Stairways of Analysis. I have done a couple talks on that you can look up on YouTube. I have 4 children's books currently. I am working on 2 more that will hopefully come out next year. And they focus on teaching kids about the types of tasks that we do in niche cybersecurity careers. And my hope is to get more people interested in careers in cybersecurity. As you can see behind me, I really love Lego. It is my passion that I picked up during the pandemic. And I'm a huge Bethesda game junkie. So before I get into the 10 lessons, I just wanted to disclose a couple things. Number one, I do not have a traditional intelligence background. I don't have a military intelligence background. I do have a bachelor's in information technology with a minor in cybersecurity. But the reason I mention that is because the lessons that I'm going to talk about today, if you have a traditional intelligence background or if you have been in military intelligence, some of these lessons you may have learned sooner than I did. So that's just kind of how it is when you don't have that. I actually started out in the medical field and I moved into cybersecurity because my husband was actually in the Marine Corps. While I was in nursing school, we got stationed somewhere that wasn't the safest, and I needed to go to in-person classes for labs and things like that. So I decided to continue learning remotely and switch into cybersecurity. And then I found CTI and I haven't looked back. So I have kind of a non-traditional way of entering the field, but I did want to mention that. The other thing I want to mention that these opinions are mine and some people may not agree with my hot takes. And I actually implore you to reach out and let me know if, anything doesn't apply to you or it does, but in a different way, because that's one of the great things about CTI is that we can have those types of debates. So number one, without a traditional CTI background, it's challenging when you first get started to figure out how to perform analysis and how to create intelligence assessments, because information without an assessment, even if you've analyzed it, is not really intelligence. You need that assessment to produce intelligence. So what I have learned through all of my time is the best way to do this is to provide, analyze the data, provide the context that you use to create the assessment, and that will get you to being able to produce that intelligence assessment. And the key thing here is that stakeholders want your interpretation of the data because you analyzed it. So trust your judgment. If you are unsure, you can validate through peer review, but it doesn't have to be perfect. What I would say the best thing to do is be honest. As you become, when people understand that you're providing the information that you know and what you don't know, they start to trust you more and more over time. You actually will start to trust your own assessments over time. So don't let the imposter syndrome get you down. An example of this could be, I assess with moderate confidence that our organization could be impacted by this ongoing 0-day campaign. Although the targeting is opportunistic, you could say, like, we have a public-facing asset that is vulnerable. And that's a pretty solid assessment if those things are true. But if you have an information gap, you could still make an assessment. You have to be confident in CTI with what you know and what you don't know. So let's say you know that you have an asset that's vulnerable, but you don't necessarily know if it's public facing. You can just make the same assessment, obviously leaving out the part about the asset being public facing, just that we have an asset that's vulnerable. And then you could say something like, this assessment was made, without the knowledge of whether or not this asset is public facing. And that way you get the information out in a timely way, understanding information gaps. And honestly, clarity and honesty will strengthen your credibility more than precision ever will. So moving on, many CTI professionals, they spend a lot of time trying to educate others about how CTI is more than just an IOC feed. And that is correct. CTI really helps leadership make informed decisions. However, IOCs are part of that, and we shouldn't ignore them. And we shouldn't think that, even though CTI is like a research as a service and helps inform business decisions and inform the organization about how cyber threats are related to business risk and things like that. IOCs are definitely still part of the game. So they are not useless by any means. They are not low level. If you're also performing threat hunting, a lot of us understand in the field, if you are familiar with David Bianco's Pyramid of Pain, that hunting for behaviors is a lot more fruitful than if you are hunting for IOCs. But every single day that I've worked in CTI, I have ingested IOCs, hunt for them, and blocked them. So if you start doing IOC-based hunts, don't let anyone tell you that they are not useful. It is useful, and keep doing it, keep trucking, because although CTI is more than IOCs, they are still part of the job. So this one, honestly, was the hardest pill to swallow, and it still hurts every day because I think I actually still have some stickers from when I was on the vendor side about how attribution matters. And I was very passionate about this. And when I switched from the vendor space to enterprise security, I learned that 98% of the time, it does not matter. I would say that what does matter is identifying how they got in, like, how did this happen? How can we prevent this from happening again? It doesn't really matter. I will say, if you are dealing with extortion or
We lost your audio for some reason, like 20 seconds ago. You said attribution doesn't matter, and that threat actor said, "Watch this." Just bear with us, chat. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden She said that, and apparently this is 2% of the time. Attribution matters. I don't know. Unless your headphones died or something. Ryan, that's what happened. We got somebody from the CIA or NSA here, and they're like, we can't possibly let her continue to let people think attribution doesn't matter. The big government. Well, they're not working on the weekend, right? Not with the government shutdown. Who's sticking around in chat for whose slide is it tonight? That's what we need to know. These are important questions. Hey, Nicole, are you back? So you have so many engagements to go to. Tyler, I would say you got to put your chair together before you can get the garden. Oh no, her webcam has died. Her webcam died, and her webcam had her mic. And she's trying to come back online.
We'll do a song and dance routine while waiting.
I mean, anybody at Trivia knows I know how to DJ into the channel now. So we had it going on last night and this morning before anybody was online. I don't know if anybody caught that, but you got to see old school DJ Oracle in action.
Saw that old Heath Adams posted that he was going to get back into DJing.
I didn't see that. Yes, this is an AW1 East outage situation.
Actually hosts the webcam proxy software. So
I swear to God, Michael Smith, if you're DDoSing Nicole's webcam right now, she's restarting and trying to reload. So hopefully we'll be able to get some more of her presentation here. Hey, if you weren't on this morning because you were asleep, because you're in like a time zone that's not East Coast time, there's a big announcement. We will continue to make the announcement. I'll probably do it later before Whose Slide Is It? And we will make it tomorrow before the Sunday keynote about some new giveaways we have. But you'll want to stay tuned and keep an eye out for that.
Can you?
Yeah.
I can hear you. I just don't see you.
Yeah, seeing a green screen.
I don't know why it's not working. I could try and continue without.
Yeah, you can do it without.
I apologize.
No, it's fine. Let me bring your slides up, and we'll let you keep going. We'll just hear from the green ether.
Yeah, I triggered the threat actors. I triggered the CTI community. I'm so sorry for the,
this is what
for the
happens.
delay.
Okay, we'll let you keep going.
Okay, so sorry about that. Yes, I was so yeah, let's just move on because I just wasted a bunch of time. So I would say attribution typically doesn't matter unless you're in a okay, slides. Now you okay, perfect. Okay. So it does not matter how many fancy tools that you have unless they are configured properly on an ongoing basis, and they are likely not going to save you. It could be like a $500,000 tool with all the bells and whistles, but you still have to apply best practices. And I used to think that, um, perhaps this is an issue with onboarding teams not, properly onboarding the tool correctly after the contract is signed. However, I have also worked with onboarding teams, onboarding organizations onto new tools or services, and it is challenging. It is challenging to get people to show up to meetings, to fill out questionnaires, or just to provide basic information. It's challenging. So I do not think it's on the vendors. I think it's both sides. And you may be wondering, why am I bringing this up at a CTI presentation? It's because a lot of times CTI's job is to inform the organization of business or threat, cyber risk, but it also is compared to business risk or mapped back to business risk, I should say. And so when things like this happen, sometimes they, leadership might look at CTI and be like, I wish you could have prevented this, and it's not on one person's shoulder, it's a whole team sport. CTI is it can't be one person, it can't be one team. We all have to work on this together. So if you are thinking that, well, we pay $500,000 for this tool, it probably is going to detect this. No, you have to test your tools, so don't be afraid as a CTI analyst. If you're seeing that things are not configured correctly, ask the vendors, ask for best practices, ask to jump on a call. Don't be afraid to push for purple team and red team engagements. Those could be intel driven. Definitely you want to test your tools and don't assume that they are properly configured. Next, when I first made this presentation, I actually had this as predictions are stupid, because that is what I used to think, and it took me a very long time to figure this out. And I think the issue was, when I was on the vendor side, I was primarily focused on things from a research perspective and not an enterprise perspective. And recently, I made a few predictions that came true rather quickly, and it made me change how I think about predictions. I even sought advice so from individuals that I consider mentors in the field. And previously, when I was focused on cybercrime and threat research, my predictions were kind of lazy, and I would say things, well, like, I don't know, crime is just going to keep criming and baddies are just going to keep being bad. And then I realized that, forecasting, it really takes time to learn. And a good part of it is pattern recognition based on, previous experience. And part of it is saying something like, back in, let's say, for example, back in 2022, we saw something like this happen that was very similar, and this is what humans did now or then. So it's possible that this could happen again. History could repeat itself. A lot of it is identifying patterns throughout the year after year. So as you gain more experience, this becomes a lot easier. The other thing I will say with forecasting is they're better for long term. If you're trying to do like weekly or monthly forecasts, that's just too short of a time period. Try to do more like quarterly or yearly. The only time I would do like a short-term prediction when it's something obvious, like a 0 day, saying I assess with high confidence that like mass exploitation or mass opportunistic exploitation is imminent. That's a solid short-term prediction. But if you stop thinking about predictions as like, this has to be true, it's not. It's just like an intelligence assessment. It's based on your opinion. Nobody is perfect. So it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay if your predictions don't come true. Your organization is just looking for your opinion based on your experience. Number 6, your data is not hard to find. This is not only a lesson, but it also is kind of a pet peeve of mine. And it's kind of a silly pet peeve when you think about it. It's almost worse than having someone send you IOCs or indicators of compromise and a picture, which is a common pet peeve in the intel industry. But let me give you an example. If you're investigating a phishing incident, or you get engaged as a CTI analyst on a phishing incident, not account takeover phishing, and you get an RFI, sometimes it comes with a dark web search like, how did they find their email? And this gives me a migraine every single time. And I understand that the individual requesting it, they're just trying to respond to the incident. They're just trying to do their due diligence. But 99% of the time, the answer does not need a dark web search. It is just LinkedIn. A lot of people put their employer and their email on LinkedIn. A lot of data brokers scrape them. Identifying your information is not challenging. I implore everyone to Google yourself, figure out how much data you can find. Think about social media, data brokers, company websites, court documents, criminal records, marketing and sales databases, real estate websites. And you might think, I have really good operational security, but does your family? Because that's another string that people can pull on. So learn from the beginning. Your data is not hard to find. Educate others, and it'll save you a lot of time with RFIs. One of the things that really drew me into CTI was MITRE ATT&CK. Funny enough, the process of mapping an attack chain and putting the pieces together like a puzzle, it really intrigued me. And the other part of it is I really love research, and I love having like looking into history of how things evolve over time. And the reason that I bring this up is because MITRE ATT&CK, for a lot of people who have been in the field for a lot longer than me, they will say things like, MITRE ATT&CK's only useful if you're doing non-sophisticated attacks, and they say try mapping something like Stuxnet. And then that led me down a rabbit hole of looking into a lot of complex attacks, and I learned to kind of have an appreciation for like complex attacks. And I think it's because also when I was in college, I learned about things like Project Aurora, and where these types of attacks took like months, if not years, to plan. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we in CTI want anything bad to happen, but we do, we have some appreciation for a challenge, because that's one of the reasons why we enjoy the field. And often in CTI, you will find yourself repeating the same recommendations over and over. A lot of modern CTI attacks, or cyber attacks, are not sophisticated or complex. A lot of times they're not even hacking in. They are just signing in with compromised credentials, or just calling people over the phone and convincing them to give them their password. So sloppy security will break your heart, but hang in there, because it is worth it. I am running out of time, so I'm going to move through these, but this is a big one. And I think this is really important for if you're in an office environment, because if you are so concerned that you're not as smart as the people around you, or you're not as technical, or you don't have the right experience, and you might think that your experience isn't enough to join a conversation about threat research, or let's say you have a purple team and you're like, I don't know if I have anything to add to this. Don't let your imposter syndrome prevent you from joining the conversation, because those conversations are meant to be diverse. And especially if you come from, you don't want a team full of people that all have the same background. That's what makes a CTI team great, is having a diverse amount of people. And you will never grow or learn as an analyst if you put those, if you let everyone else in the room talk. It's kind of like how I was being lazy with predictions. I wasn't putting in the effort to do them myself, and I did not grow until I did. Speaking of imposter syndrome, you will never know it all, and that's okay. It is good to be surrounded by smart people. It means that there's something that you have to learn. So don't compare yourself to other people around you. Compare yourself to yourself from 5 or 10 years ago, and I bet you that person would be proud of you. And you can make a difference, and you might not realize it on a day-to-day basis, but you do. Every little decision that you make, or every amount of intelligence that you produce, that helps inform a business decision, every IOC that you block, or a successful hunt that you hand over to IR. Celebrate those little things and create a brag book so that you could start having that ready for performance reviews. It'll actually help you out. And then I didn't want to complain about the field without providing some good things. And, in CTI, we have a lot of hot takes. And I don't think just CTI, I think just in cybersecurity in general. But at the end of the day, we still show up and we still enjoy our jobs. I will say for me, what makes it worth it is I really love research. I love threat hunting. I love storytelling. I like taking complex technical topics and explaining them in simple terms. I am also neurodivergent, and one of my hyper-focused hobbies has become cybersecurity, and pattern recognition is also something that I excel at. But I did post this question across my socials and some private CTI groups, and as well as asked some of my friends. And across the board, the main thing that people said was amazing coworkers. They love helping people. They love the challenging environment, the continuous learning. It doesn't get boring. And they feel that their work is rewarding or impactful. And I thought it was really interesting to see the difference between what men said and women. Men were the only ones that actually mentioned money. Obviously, CTI is a role, any cybersecurity role pays pretty well. They also said that they enjoy applying skills that they have already gained in previous careers, and they can apply them in this role. Women were more, they were saying that they really enjoy mentoring and watching others succeed and grow. So I thought that was something that was very interesting. So just to conclude, these are 10 things that I have learned throughout my career. I hope they were useful to you. I want to give a special thanks to some individuals that either helped me learn some of these lessons, are mentors to me, or are people that I helped or I discussed things with while I was making this presentation, rather. So that is John Stoner, Andy Piazza, Jamie Williams, Mike Manron, John Doyle, August Van Sickle, Curtis Minder, and Charlotte Guinea. And thank you so much for taking time on Saturday to watch my presentation. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm so sorry that my webcam just decided to die right as I was on this discussion, but sometimes that happens.
Thank you, Nicole. Sorry about the technical difficulties there with your webcam. And thanks for sticking through it, even though we can't see you anymore. We did see you briefly. That was awesome. You did have one quick question from Mick. How do you stay so cool, Nicole?
I try. I try. I think honesty is the best policy. And I think in any field where you're constantly having to learn, you don't have time to try to be someone you're not. Just be yourself. Any other questions? If not, let me share my LinkedIn. I saw other presenters doing that. So yeah, I will go ahead and do that. Feel free to reach out to me. I normally have a website where you can learn all about my books and stuff, but it is currently down because I am redesigning it. But if you go on my social media, you'll be able to see. And if you are interested in my books, they're also available on Amazon.
All right. Thanks again, Nicole, so much. Have a great rest of your day. Feel free to connect with her on LinkedIn.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. We've got Evan up next. I'm bringing him onto the stage and his slides. Hello, Evan.
Hey, everyone. How we doing? Can you hear me?
We're good. I can hear you, so we should be good. Thanks for the time today to present here at VetSecCon. Really interested to hear what you got to tell us about this topic today. But with that, I'll kind of hand it over to you to introduce yourself and get started.
Absolutely. Yeah. So thanks, everyone. Much appreciated. Glad to be here. And looking forward to getting to share some stuff with you here. So my talk here is sharing the signal, unlocking cloud security context to empower teams. And so just kind of starting out a little bit about me. I've been working in cloud security specifically for the better part of the past 6+ years. Before that in IT and just general cloud. today senior manager at McKesson for cloud security. So I lead a global team that's focused on reducing risk across our business within the medical pharmaceutical industry. I've previously taught at Dallas College as an adjunct faculty for some cloud courses through AWS as an instructor, which was a lot of fun. I'm just generally overall very interested in cloud, just cloud technology, open source software development, things of that nature. I tend to like to get behind the keyboard and do a lot of things whenever I have time. A little bit about me, just in the veteran scope. So I was prior service U.S. Army for about 6 years, and I was a 25 Bravo, which is an information technology specialist. I'm not, to be honest, not sure if they've changed that since then. Some of the folks I've talked to, I know the commo world has changed around a bit, but it was definitely a good time. Outside of work, proud dad. Got 2 young kids at home. Love to travel. Love board games, video games, all that stuff. That's all fun. All right, so let's get into this, and we'll talk a little bit about what is cloud security context. What does it mean? How is it any different than anything else? And so, just to kind of start, like a thought that I'd like to maybe give for all those out there that are thinking about this, because I know there's a varying level of experience too, right? So some of you may just be getting into this area of expertise. You might be interested in getting into cloud and cloud security. You might just be curious about maybe what am I talking about today, and what are some of the differences that might be specific to cloud. So a thought here is just to think about when we generally think about context in cloud, it's usually, how do we get to the information that's actually relevant to get to the real detail we need to be able to make something happen? And in security, usually that might be responding to an incident or trying to fix something that's broken, that's causing problems. So an example here, you could think about an S3 bucket from AWS, right? A cloud storage resource. Sometimes all you're given is that, hey, here's the bucket name, Ultimate Storage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's popped up on a list to having some kind of public exposure. We don't know much more about it, but we know it's a problem. Let's go and figure out how to make it, remediate it, or how we fix it. But what you're left with is not a whole lot to start. So when we think about, and I had some fancier presentation animations, but we'll persevere. When we think about context and we take a step back, just in defining what it is in our sense, right? It's really the situation, the environment, the data that surrounds something, right? So if in our case, it might be a cloud resource, or it might be a cloud account, or it might be something very specific to the cloud. And generally what we break that down into is a few different areas of what, where, who, and why, right? So context is not unique to cloud security. It's applicable to every different avenue in security and in IT in general. It's just that metadata about something, and then it helps you to form a more filled in picture of what's happening. So when we think about what for cloud security, it's kind of our resource itself. Is it an S3 bucket? Is it a server? The configuration of that resource, the data that's in that resource or associated to it. Where does it live? What region maybe is it deployed to? What cloud provider is it? AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. What's the cloud account? Any information relevant to that? Who? This is always the big one, right? If for many of you that actively work in cloud, or just even in cyber, it's just always a wild goose chase to figure out who owns something, or who's the latest person to own something. And so that could be a resource owner, an account owner, maybe a support team. And then why? Why does something exist? Why is it even there? So is it an application? What is it supporting? Is it test, production? Is it a training environment? There's lots of different pieces of the puzzle that we try to consider. And then this is a graph for those out there. When you think about context and security and cloud security, you generally get to pick two, right? So you can know what it is and why it exists. You can know where it is and what it is, but in many cases, the most elusive part of it is the who actually owns it at the end of the day. And so a little bit about what you might experience as like a day in the life. And I hope that the text isn't too brutally small, but rest assured either case, this is just some dummy data. But what the day in the life might normally look like when you're thinking about gathering context is pulling some kind of configuration from the cloud, whether it's from an API or directly from downloading something within the cloud provider itself to try to gather some more information. Could be manually done. You might automate it in tons of different ways, but usually it's taking that and then you're crushing it or shoving it into an Excel document to try to formulate it into a way that makes more sense, or into a way that you can action on it to do some further kind of analysis. Excel is a power tool for cybersecurity, for sure. So that's that, and that might be what your current situation looks like, or it might be maybe you have something more advanced. But in general, at some point in time, you'll have thrown a bunch of data into a spreadsheet and tried to make sense of it across multiple people at a time when probably it was not convenient to have only a spreadsheet available. And then when you think about, so what do we need at a minimum, right? So what kind of data do we need? What do we really care about? Fundamentally, I think that these different pieces of data are generally some of the most relevant. Obviously, you could have more. More might be better. More might also not be better, depending on how much you have, and maybe if it's inundating teams with too much information. But in general, what you kind of want to know, especially in the cloud security spaces, is what kind of data sensitivity are you dealing with? That can inform a lot of decisions. Is it PII, PHI, classified information? What's the environment that the resources or that the resource or the account itself is that you're dealing with? Is it a sandbox? Is it a production environment? You may have very different approaches for how you handle a sandbox environment versus a production. Ownership, again, elusive, right? In many cases, unless you have a really good, maybe robust program, and hey, that's awesome. But yeah, who owns something? What team owns it? Generally, that's a piece of data that you want. Is it external or internal facing? Again, pairing that with data sensitivity can make a lot of informed decisions with that, right? How do I know, is the intent of something that we're getting a report on actually supposed to be externally facing? And if not, maybe there's something to look at. Region, geolocation can inform a lot of things, especially regulatory. If you've got reasons why data has to be sustained a certain way in a particular region, things of that nature. Life cycle, again, even fundamental, is this resource supposed to be active? Is it supposed to be decommissioned or maybe archived off? Imagine a server out there, a GCP compute instance that's been running, and it's supposed to be, it's flagged for decommission, but it's been out there for a year. Maybe spending some money that you don't need to. So the question always is then, what if I don't have robust metadata? Well, I mean, fundamentally, you'll have what you'll be able to pull from the cloud provider, but in terms of everything else, the most common thing that people will look at is tagging. Tagging is very prevalent within every cloud provider. It's always an option. But I put on here, if I don't have robust metadata, AKA nobody will tag anything despite best efforts. And then with best efforts always being subjective based on the team that said that they've given their best effort. And so what you can really do is start with what you have, right? So I talked about kind of the default metadata you'll be able to pull from the cloud. That's stuff that you can get. That's stuff that you can pull. And then from there, you can make some decisions about what maybe matters to your business, your organization, yourself, if you're an entrepreneur and working within the cloud. What do you care about at the end of the day? And what are you maybe trying to do with that data moving forward? So if we think about a real life situation, just starting with one here, a financial data breach in 2019, if you think about some of the highlights of this breach and some of the things that were taken into consideration on the root cause analysis and the post review of the incident, AWS account. Turns out there was some S3 bucket that was allowing some data exfiltration. So data was able to be pulled out of that bucket. And it was missing some security and technical controls. And some of the major failures here were that there were also not some of the fundamental ways of logging and auditing and monitoring some of those resources or that resource put in place. And so what you kind of get with that, if you're looking at the right side of this here, is like, where this becomes critical is having that metadata about what is this resource, who owns it, have we applied least privilege to this? If we think about that external facing versus internal facing piece of information, have we gathered that? Do we know what that is? That fundamental context can help with things like this, because then you're in a position where you can start to ask questions about things like, have we done a CIS check, for checking whether or not this is meeting a particular compliance threshold? Do we have things like logging for CloudTrail for audit, activities enabled? Did we check to see if that was there? And then what does what do the keys look like for this? When's the last time we rotated them? Those kinds of things can really help. And so context in that sense is really some of that missing information that if you kind of gather it and have it available, it can help to form some decisions. So as we get started, like practical guide for us to get started here, and maybe kind of talk about a solution and go through a demo of some stuff that you can look at and you can start with. So we're getting back to the basics: hunting, gathering. In an overview, the thing to consider here, right? So there's free versus paid. We talk about context. We talk about gathering it and enriching it within a cloud security, perspective. The thing that always comes back is to what gets you what you need right now, and what do you don't have to necessarily go and consider purchasing a tool. I know this audience, different folks in different businesses, different companies, entrepreneurs as well. So maybe purchasing something, depending on where you're at and depending on the scale, it might not make sense. And so free is something to consider. And some factors I put here, size of the business, size of the team. Free doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy. So there might be some lift in the demo kind of stuff I'll show here. There's a little bit to look at in terms of configuring and getting set up, but it is possible to get something that's robust that doesn't require, a ton of time, but will still be helpful. And big thing here, the context is really only as good as the feedback loop. And so what I mean here is, the ability for you to talk with teams, to be able to get their input, to bring back into the context that you're also gathering is critical, because some team might have worked, maybe incident response or the SOC or somebody might have worked with this application team that has this issue right now in the past. And so they may have some things that they could put together, who they talked to, who they know, what did they find out back when they had an issue before. And then the ability to not just talk about that verbally, but then to feed that back into a system is where you really want to invest some time. And then considering portability, right? If we're talking about building something, maybe have it in a way that's portable and usable for multiple teams, and kind of sharing the signal context or sharing the signal in that sense is kind of what we're looking at, right? And keep it fresh. You want fresh data. Obviously you want to keep it as fresh as possible. We think about a strategic why. So why would we care to do this, and what benefit is it really going to bring? Maybe if we're thinking about it in that sense, without having a good contextual awareness in the cloud environment, it really is a significant risk gap. And especially when you consider that you never know when something is going to happen. You never know when a 0 day is going to pop something in your organization, within your business, and you unfortunately are at the mercy of time when those things happen, and time is never going to be on your side. And so the quicker you can get to an answer, the more rapid you're able to respond, and the more detail you have about maybe the criticality and where things are going to be going. And so that's something to consider that's important, right? So incident response, financial planning, regulatory compliance, all these things are benefits that you gain from just enriching the context that you have. And then, start small, set some priorities, and time box things. If you're worried about something taking a long time, see how much you can get done in maybe a couple of sprint cycles, maybe a couple, 2 weeks at a time, and see what you can gather. Okay, so in terms of a demo concept here, this is kind of what I'm gonna sort of show here, and I've got a recording of the demo just in case things go sideways, and I hope it plays when we go to it. But this is the overview, right? So you think about pulling data from a cloud provider. That's where we have the gather here, enriching the data. Things in the dotted boxes are optional. Obviously, you can just do gather, store, visualize. And in this case, what we're going to do is gather, do some local enrichment, do some security scanning, and then do some visualization as well. I don't have any affiliation with any of the tools here. I just like them. You could supplement them with anything else that you like, or not even use this demo at all and just maybe think about it from like a conceptual perspective. But yeah, with that being said, let me see if this will play. It does not seem to. Real quick. All right, let's see. My video is not wanting to play. Try to find where I've got. Apology, folks. 1 second. Let me see if I got it here. I'm uploading it separately, so hopefully I can pull it up, and then we should be in business. I think I'm okay on time. It wouldn't be a conference without some technical difficulty, right? Okay. So how do I? All right. So what we've got here, and then I think you should be able to see this video playing, right? Hopefully. Maybe John, you can confirm. Okay. All right. So apologies. We're back on track. I've uploaded the video. What you're seeing here, and just to kind of start back, it's a good thing I recorded it and saved it, I suppose, is a demo of us putting together that previous slide concept. So what I kind of start with here, and I'll catch us up to speed, just an overview of what the file structure looks like. I've got all these files as well on GitHub. I'll share that link with everybody afterwards if you want to deep dive. But the first step here is really that we want to gather, right? So we're going to pull some information. In this case, in our demo, what we're specifically targeting is S3 buckets. So I've got a lab environment, just a temporary set of resources provisioned for this to kind of show. And what's happening here, the scripts that are running in Python are pulling information. And what we've done is we've then saved down that information and stored it into a DuckDB database, which is highly portable, highly scalable, very, very good database. And we've created some tables. So basic SQL stuff has been created. What that looks like here thus far is if we try to talk to the DuckDB that we've created, we show the tables. You can see it's populated a few different tables in here, S3 buckets, the tags, and created a couple of views. So now what we're going to go back and do is do some enrichment. So adding some local context. I've got a CSV file that just has some account names and owner emails in it, very basic. If we go and we talk to DuckDB again and say, give us the next set of tables, it will, you'll be able to see that we've actually got some, an additional table added, so that local context one shows up. I'll show you some of the contents of the tables as well here towards the end of this. So then we've added local context, so we've kind of enriched. Now we're bringing in another set of enrichment where we're going to do the security scanning. So here we have a separate script that will basically invoke Prowler and tell Prowler to specifically go and scan some of our buckets. So jumping ahead a little bit, because the scan takes a couple of seconds, you can see we've populated those scan results into our database. If we go take a look at the DB now, sort of we're going step by step here in terms of collecting all of this information. You'll see that there's a security findings table we've created. And then I just want to get a glimpse at what some of these tables have in terms of contents. If you look at local context, you can see, sample account number, test email address, just some detail you might have in a CSV on a team, right? Some things you might have collected. Security findings is going to give us the scan results. So we scan specifically for looking for anything that was critical or high. And it looks like we do have some hits. So that data has been stored, and we're able to do, just a little bit of SQL to create some correlations, which we'll see here in the visualization on the next slide. This is what the buckets look like. So just fundamentally, were we able to gather buckets and what was some detail about them that maybe is useful, pull in any tags that those buckets might have had on them. And then lastly is visualize. And so that's where we're going to pull things into a visualization. And so what that looks like here in pulling up the next video is with Streamlit, which is just an open source tool that you can leverage for free. It's Python based. The benefit there is its visualization is code essentially. So all this stuff that you're seeing here, this is a local hosted web page. Everything is created in Python. I'm not a whiz at UI UX, but everything here is in Python. It's just leveraging that data. It's reading from the tables that we created in DuckDB, and then it's pulled it together in a way that's visually more appealing. And then the key here is you can see we've got some sections for things like enriched context. So what does that mean? That essentially means when we talked about creating those feedback loops and providing in some opportunity for us to adjust things on the fly, that's what this would be for. So we may have a tag that had an owner, previously, maybe they left the company a year ago. We need a way to update that, but maybe we don't have a way to update the actual bucket itself. This is a way for us to be able to do that. And so what I'm showing here is just some of the different fields that I've got created that you can populate. Gives you all the detail about all these buckets, in particular in just one view. You can change to different buckets. So we've got a bunch of different examples here. And this one you can see was publicly accessible. And so you can see that's updated, tells you whether logging's enabled, is encryption enabled. All that's just gathered from the scripts pulling in information. You can see that this was the one that had security findings. So those have now populated. Those are from Prowler. And we have not only what kind of severity is it, but then what's the remediation? So that's also useful. It's high level remediation, but it's a start, right? If you wanted to give that to a team. Here we're updating ownership. So gone ahead and you're able to dynamically populate new fields with some text boxes here that will actually save back into the database. So these are actually, this is being written back into the database. So it will store, and then anybody that in the future is looking at this will see the new fresh data. Adding freeform context like this, you can see this bucket hosts our marketing site. It's intended to be open to the public. Sometimes information like that can be very helpful to populate. And then kind of looking at everything, lastly, changing to some different buckets here. Looking at some different examples, everything is populating dynamically. Again, you can use some of this demo code and see if it works for you, and if there's some benefit. This is just one example with S3. You could obviously extend this. And another benefit too is this is just locally deployed. So the question might be like, how do I share this with other teams? You can actually deploy this on a container or however else you prefer in your environment. Just basically any way you would build Python. you can do that. So it's pretty neat. So jumping back into the slide content, this is kind of the detail of what we talked about. The steps are sort of broken down, right? Gather, enrich, visualize. So gathering that data from the APIs, putting it in the DB, enriching with any local data, if we have any, doing security scans, putting that all back in the DB, visualizing and giving some connectivity between, what we're seeing. And then some what if questions, right? So what if I'm a solo engineer or a small business? Start with small pieces. You don't have to do everything at once. Leverage some tools that are out there. If scripting is too difficult to start with, maybe you just take one part. Maybe you do the SQL part. Maybe you just worry about pulling data down manually and trying to manipulate it. The key here is just doing something with the context, for sure. I have a data team that can do all of this. Hey, that's awesome. Leverage that. Make sure, though, that you have an opportunity to incorporate the input back for that feedback loop. That's a big thing. And I can do this with the XYZ other tools. Yes, you can. There's a lot of tools. There's never ending amount. Feel free to go for them. Your success there will be based on what you like. So, and then just kind of gearing towards the end here. So sharing the signal. So what is it? What are some of the perks that we gain? What are some of the benefits? Teaching people to fish, providing some of the context and detail, sharing back this information that you've gathered. It really does help become an organization or a business or, a force multiplier even for yourself. Like, you'll never be surprised at the amount of things that are useful to know especially when you need to know them, if there's any kind of issue security wise. It goes without saying, but this data is sensitive. So you don't want to store your databases publicly. You want to make sure you keep all of this private and within your own, organization. And use the knowledge that you gain from identifying gaps to your advantage. That really can help to plan things for the future. Maybe you found something that you need to fix. One last real life situation or scenario to think about is Azure, right? So zero context secrets. And what does that mean? Like, think about Azure Key Vault, a place where you can store secrets. It's a double-edged sword because it's a low barrier to entry for storing secrets. It's a challenge for trying to get people to store secrets in a way that makes sense and that you can track and understand what they are and what they're for. If we look at this risk meter, just think about it in the sense of, you're using the service to store secrets, the metadata, the tags, the information about what that secret's for, if missing, can be very problematic, can create secret sprawl, lead you to uncertain rotation times, which can lead to regulatory and compliance issues, right? So building out that detail and maybe mapping that out is something that can help. And then just, some hard truths. With great signal comes great noise. No matter the scale, the context is important in the cloud, and it's something worth gathering, and it's something worth sustaining and maintaining. It'll feel like a fundamental exercise because it is. It's one of those things that if you can do it right and you can get a process down, it will really save a lot of time. You don't have to spend money, and it'll only improve as you feed more into the system. And so now what? So just start, and then adjust, improve, and keep doing it. Use team members, tools, free, paid, whatever you need, scripts, APIs, start collecting, start correlating, build your system, keep it simple, share that signal with everyone, build that feedback loop to get that information, and ask and answer questions with your data, because it can help to build your roadmap. It can help to build your strategy. And it doesn't end. It's cyclical, takes care and feeding. And with that, I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, VetSec, for the opportunity to talk. I had a great time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Evan. Super interesting presentation. I'm glad we got somebody in here to talk about the cloud a little bit and cloud security. It's a huge topic. I don't think the cloud is going away. So I often recommend people that this is a pretty good field if they want something that is going to be continuing to be a thing into the future. I'm not seeing any questions. So again, appreciate your time. Thanks so much for being here with us. We're going to get our next speaker on stage here. I'm super excited. I'm excited about all of our speakers, but I'm very excited to have Bryson here with us. So thanks so much, Evan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Bryson.
Howdy, John. How you?
I am good. Thanks again so much for being here today. We couldn't do this without everybody willing to be here and give back to the veteran community. Do you need any help with any slides or anything, or are you saying slides?
I think I've got it. In fact, not only do I got slides to share, I've got slides to share, because how I'm going to do it is I did it Google Slides, right? Google, John, high five. And I'm going to share them with comments turned on. So everyone in the audience, if you're able to follow along, ask questions. But then afterward, as you're thinking about this, I built it like a workbook. So I want you to jump in the Google Slides afterwards and be like, what the hell is this? What about this? I'm trying to do this. What do you think about that? It's there for you. So they are living slides. See, look at all the faces John's making. He's like,
that's amazing.
I didn't even know.
This is amazing. I love it. All right. Well, then I'll get off the screen and let you take it away. Thank you so much, Bryson.
Thanks for having me, John.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully that's visible. Am I visible, John? I need an audio. I can't see anything.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay,
you were
we're
good.
good
We
to
have
go.
your slides.
Taking the hill, starting your own cybersecurity company. So like I said, right there, you see it up front. Feel free to comment with ideas and questions in the doc. I'm going to share this in the chat and to John. Please use it. Ask questions. Like I always like to tell everybody, there's good content. You are what makes it great. If you have a question, somebody else has a question. So throw them in the chat here today. I can't see the chat while I'm presenting, so I'll have to get it at the conclusion. But you can comment inside the Google Slides afterward. And then as you also see, I have links. This is one of the things I do for all of my presentations is I include links. So you can use my presentation like a workbook, and you can deep dive and see where I get my information so you can follow it even better at home. All right, so starting off, this presentation has a little bit of a veteran focus, so we're gonna bring that into it. And then I also brought in different viewpoints from a lot of other entrepreneurs. I about to joke on a slide coming up, I'm not even the best entrepreneur, and it's true. So like anything, we're all learning, and the more viewpoints that we can share, particularly in this presentation, I thought would be valuable. So Mark notes, an entrepreneur is someone who will jump off a cliff and assemble an airplane on the way down. And I think that sounds like a Marine if I've ever heard one. So who am I? I have founded several companies. When I got out of government, I started an offensive consultancy by myself called Grim. We're still around. I'd say what makes us special is the work we do in industrial control systems and operational technology. From Grim, through an engagement in Target to build an alternative implant framework, I came up with the idea for Scythe, hired a CEO to run Grim, and then realized I didn't know what I was doing. So I did the venture capital route. I've raised $22.5 million. That's my full-time job. I'm the founder and CEO of Scythe. We're a threat emulation platform or adversarial exposure validation. And then I co-founded a nonprofit, the ICS Village, with Tom Van Norman. So if you've heard of the ICS Village at DEF CON, at RSA, at a conference near you, that's the nonprofit that I run with Tom. And we do critical infrastructure, security, education, and awareness. We're always looking for volunteers. And something we're going to be pushing out to the veteran community is workforce development training and operational technology. So volunteer, reach out to us through that website. Point being is here in encapsulation, I have started a consultancy. I have started and raised for a product company. And I've also, with Tom, co-founded a nonprofit. So I've done pretty much the whole gamut for 13 years of just about any kind of company you would want to incorporate. So, disclaimer, I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. And I'm not even the best entrepreneur out there. The point being is, like anything, do not take this religiously. There's a lot of good information here. There's a lot of nuance to this information. So when you are getting serious, make sure you're asking for help and not just taking this stuff point blank and be like, well, Bryson said, because the IRS isn't going to care what Bryson said. So first point, why do you want to do this to yourself? And you'll notice the question shows a lot of people on there, and there's an asterisk. This journey, going back to Reid Hoffman's quote, is going to be hard. And it takes complete physical, spiritual, and emotional focus to successfully be able to do that. And nobody does anything alone. You're going to do something with the team. That's not alone. You already have friends and a family. That's not alone. And this journey, when you step across and you step off that cliff, is going to be all consuming. And so when I say, why do you want to do this to yourself? Because of what you are about to go through and the journey you're about to go through, plummeting down that cliff, trying to figure out how to assemble an airplane, is going to affect everybody in your life, your spouse, your partner, your kids, your friends, your family. And so you need to have an honest conversation up front with what you're about to go to and make sure that they are as prepared as possible to support you through that journey, because you aren't going to be doing it by yourself. Furthermore, this is what it looks like once you step off that cliff. At first, you're excited. You're building up the adrenaline and the excitement. I'm going to do the cliff jump. I'm going to jump into the water. I'm going to do it. And then once you step off that cliff, you're like, oh shit, reality sets in. Because the reality is all of that stuff that you thought is hard is actually hard, including things you didn't think about. And so the startup curve is that enthusiasm immediately hitting the cold, hard reality of what you dreamed up in your garage has to pivot. And that pivot and experimentation, you want to do it as quickly as possible. We learned this in the military. This is why we do the OODA loop of decision making. The faster we can do observe, orient, decide, and act. In this case, we're not going against an adversary because the whole world is our competition. The faster that we work through that, the faster that in the reality of pursuing this dream and this idea, we're going to start to find the air that's going to come underneath our wings where this starts to work. And as this starts to work, that's where you discover this mythical concept called product market fit, which is that idea you had a year, 2, 3, 4 years ago. It can take a while. This is where it starts to hit and you start to see the success and you start to see people embracing your idea, buying your idea, participating in your idea. And that's where you go to scale. So my definition of being an entrepreneur, because I think most folks look to somebody like Elon Musk and be like, well, first of all, you have to be born rich or you have to be a genius. And the reality is you don't. You need to have passion. This is why we were so successful in the militaries. We were able to, individuals up through the unit level, we all had a combined vision and mission, and we were unrelenting in the pursuit of that. Well, in this case, the system isn't giving us that. Our patriotism isn't giving us that. We are self-generating in that. We are saying, here is an idea that it bothers me so much. It's like an itch in my brain that it doesn't exist in the world. And that itch and that annoyance, it bothers us too much that we can't not do it. Through all of the hard things I just showed, through what you're going to go through with your friends and family and the startup curve, that passion is what is going to do it. And here's the other thing. Just like when we hit really hard times in our military service, it was that mission and it was our team, our friends that got us through that. Well, it's the same thing here, because pursuing money is not going to be what gets you out of bed in 6 months after you started this idea and you're going, what did I do to myself? Passion and that belief and that mission is going to be what does it. The second part, you've unplugged from the matrix. All of those things you took for granted that you get in a large system, in a large organization, in a company are gone. HR, finance, health insurance, all yours. The buck starts and stops with you. You are both the CEO and the janitor because nobody else is going to do it. So check your ego at the door and learn levels of patience and attention to detail on bullshit that you've never had to care about before, because it's what your company needs and it's what your employees need to be able to do it. Both of those are the key qualities to what makes you a successful entrepreneur in engaging in this mission. Look at that. Those are useful military skills. How much bullshit did we put up with in the military? Well, now you get to do it to yourself. So to be an entrepreneur means you don't understand business. So if you remember on those previous two elements of what it takes to be an entrepreneur, trying to get rich, wanting to get rich doesn't count. That's not what it is. This is not the thing to get into to make money. And that's where I joke that an entrepreneur means you don't understand business, because you can make a lot more money, a lot easier, a lot quicker by not starting your own company, by making a lot of money on a career path at a large company. So what are some of the stats? Only 18% of first-time founders succeed. The first question you should ask yourself is, what does success even mean? Because clearly 18% of folks who start this journey aren't all billionaires. So what we're talking about here is effectively, I gave a keynote at RIT back in 2017. And one of the students asked me, Bryson, what's your definition of success? And I said, every day that I get to pursue the ideas that I want to is my definition of success. because you have to make enough money. You have to have just enough success to be able to keep the light burning for your idea. And so when you start to look at that within this definition, 18% of first-time founders effectively succeed by not completely going bankrupt and killing the business. Only 2 in 5 startups are profitable. So most startups, and by the way, that isn't talking about early stage startups. We're talking about the fact that you can be a $100 million company, a $500 million company, and still be considered a startup. Anything that hasn't been taken private or hasn't gone publicly listed on the stock exchange is considered a startup. 90% of startups fail, 10% fail within the first year. And guess what? In our space, security, IT, technology, this vertical has the highest failure rate. So some more statistics. You start to see how these statistics build on themselves. So only 20% of entrepreneurs actually build a usable and sellable minimum viable product based on that idea. So only a fifth even make it to where their idea reaches a point that they can really sell it. From there, only 20% of those who've proven that get to 10 paying and happy customers. 1/5 of those paying customers actually grow it to about $600,000 a year. So we're already at a fifth of a fifth of a fifth just to build a business that is earning about $500,000 a year. And then from those, only half of them are able to, only a fifth of them are able to double the revenue. Then the journey gets even harder. Going from 1 million revenue to 10 million revenue in growth, 10%. And then 10% are able to go from 10 to 100. And then 10% of those are able to achieve unicorn status. So the best quote that I thought that pulled this all together, and this link to this website that holds this quote has a ton of great startup information. It's like climbing Mount Everest 50 years ago. Very few will make it through all those stages despite monumental efforts. So for those of you who look at me and go, well, Bryson and Scythe have been pretty successful, this is where I am on the journey. I haven't even made it to the top. And the reality is, I realize we're not going to make it to the top of Everest. We're going to do better than almost any startup does. But even that in this rarefied air isn't enough to truly be the original definition of a unicorn of $1 billion ARR. So what makes a successful entrepreneur? We talked about the psychological traits that you need to have, which coincidentally match what we learned in the military. So there's 3 qualities to what makes a successful company. First, it's the founder and the idea. And it is less the idea than it is the founder's commitment and agility around the idea. If you go back to that startup curve, you saw how much experimentation and pivoting was required. You remember that I noted the speed and agility of your OODA loop, which is your decision-making cycle, being faster than the adversary, than the competition, is the success. So the faster and cheaper and more efficiently that you can pivot through all of the learning to where it starts to catch fire, that's the founder. And when they interview you to look at raising, that's what they're evaluating. Then it's the team. Again, you're not doing this alone. The best founder, the best person, the best individual contributor, the best engineer is never going to be more than a 1.x of a person, of an FTE. Whereas a team, you can get all of the scale and all of these things. And so the quality of the team is going to be a huge factor. And then here's the hard news. There's this timing and luck factor. So I'll use my own company as an example. I got this idea when Target came to me in 2016. I spent 2 years co-developing it with them before I realized I didn't know enough to successfully take this intellectual property that I built with Target to market. So I went and did the venture capital raise. And I got Ron Gula from Tenable and I got Dmitry Alperovich from CrowdStrike, 2 prominent luminaries in our space and entrepreneurs, to give me the coaching and the advice to do it. And even still, with that money, those folks, that guidance, that kind of, no pun intended, Target start, it still was a struggle because our idea was ahead of our time. And that's not something you can figure out until you're getting in there and you start going through the experimentation and the pivoting, and you really start to understand your ideal customer profile and the market and who's there. And now you have to adjust by realizing you haven't timed it right. So how do you get to that timing? Tara Wheeler, when did I switch from engineer brain to CEO brain? It's like I have the attention span of a gnat. And then I respond, welcome to have to think of everything all at once, constant surprises, and the most context switching ever. Something I find over and over again, people don't realize about where I am in my job, is I have to think of everything. The head of engineering has to think about head of engineering and some adjacencies in different functional areas. The head of sales has to think about sales and then the adjacencies. As the CEO and the founder, I have to think about all of that plus my own job. And of course, nobody ever thinks of everything. Again, that's the pivoting, the experimentation, and the learning that you're going to go through as a founder with your company. Now add the fact you have a whole team driving and doing all these things, and you're going to have even more constant surprises that hit you. This is probably the most important slide that I can teach you, and this has nothing to do with entrepreneurship. This has everything to do with how a company runs. I first came up with the idea to put this talk together about 5-6 years ago for DEF CON because I kept going to all of these security conferences and meeting with folks in the security community, and I realized most of us don't really understand how a company works. And you kind of think about that, right? Like, I understand my job. I understand what my boss requires. I understand how to do good work. I understand how to make clients happy, right? And yet Bryson's saying I don't understand the company, because the key is how a company works. It's like understanding the chessboard. You have been building how to master the best chess moves when I want to show you how to understand what kind of chessboard you're on, because this is what underpins everything and how it works and how your company runs and how you would start a company. So there's two kinds of economic models: services, which is people-based; product, which is intellectual property-based. And this is really important to realize because a lot of folks get confused and they don't realize it. A consultancy is a service basis. People pay us for people's time. Now, there can be different contract methods that wrap it a different way, but at the end of the day, a client is saying, I want a person to do something. I want people to do something. I want hours. 1 hour of effort equals 1 hour of dollar. And once you realize this, you realize some things. Your profit and your margins are always going to be tied to the amount of cost of your people. Your growth is always going to be tied to your people specifically. You care about people a lot in terms of your revenue generation. And so if I charge $200 an hour, I charge $2,000 an hour, it's still an hourly basis of cost and revenue, and that's what drives things. Whereas with the product, it doesn't matter. You can spend a second, you can spend 1,000 years. Nobody cares how much time you spent on it. All they care about is on value creation. Did you build something that makes my life easier? Did you build something that I love? It delights me having it in my life. It makes I can do something better. I can do it quicker. I can do it more efficiently. I can do it with better quality. I can do it with more people. That's where the value is generated. And that comes down to then the economics and how the company is built. So if you are interested in learning more about services, my friend Ted Demopoulos has written what I would consider the perfect book on it. Check out his book, Getting Started in InfoSec Consulting. It has parts of this talk and a lot more. It is entirely focused on the services consulting business. The rest of this talk, some of it will apply, but we're now going to be focusing it on the product side. So we're talking about starting a cybersecurity company. The first thing I'd like to point out is realizing just how young the cybersecurity space is. Until 2000, plus or minus, firewalls were not commonly commercially available. The average company, which, by the way, don't think of the average large company, think of the average companies in the world, which includes medium and small businesses, they didn't have the idea of naturally separating your network from my network. That's where security was. So that was a first thing. Let's just segment our perimeter. Then we have the breach in Target in 2013. This is what has set up the environment that we know and understand. Most of us have jobs today because of this breach. This was the first moment that the world woke up and said, oh, this is what you nerds have been saying about the risks we have in our portfolio and our security. We need to do something about it. And in the case of Target, they slipped the blank check and they truly built a world-class security organization. But more importantly, they changed the entire way that the whole world, public and private, at the leadership level, looked at this problem, recognizing this was a substantial risk that they needed to be handling at the level of all their other risks. The reason I'm bringing it up in the context of this talk is for the last 12 years, this is the moment where the money spigot got turned on. Enterprises started investing, enterprises started committing real budget, and you start to see the growth in these organizations and specialization in the security organization. And you see this Cambrian explosion in investment. And that's where we get the cybersecurity bubble of all of these thousands of companies raising all this money up until about 2022, when zero interest rates in the economy disappeared, and now the cost of capital becomes expensive, and the free money spigot for investment turned off or got severely turned down. It's starting to come back, and I'm sure all of you have started to see this in the next wave because artificial intelligence has picked up the gauntlet and is now where we're seeing a lot of that growth. These are important things to understand because these are the kinds of macro markets where it'll tell you if you're going to where people have interest, it's going to be a lot easier to get money to be able to pursue a thing. That being said, just because you can get money doesn't mean you can earn money. Two different things. And this is why we have a bubble, is you have a lot of investment and money pouring into artificial intelligence, but the market and the customers aren't yet there yet. The timing isn't there if you were to start now. So products. In the cybersecurity space, and this is a snapshot, Momentum Cyber puts out this great almanac every year. This is just a snapshot from the one in 2023. And you can see what we're seeing here is you see these different categories. And this again goes back to that 2013 moment with Target that created all these categories and that specialization that we're talking about. And so my point is, this looks like a very busy slide, and that's intentional because it is a very saturated market. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing. When I first went to start to raise in 2017, the first investor that I pitched immediately asked the question and said, hey, you're in the breach and attack simulation space, which I'd never heard that phrase before. And Forrester and Gartner had said, this is my category and this is where you're at. I didn't know it. I wasn't a Gartner client. And then they were like, what do you think of these other competitors? And I was like, I didn't realize I had other competitors. And it didn't hit it hit me. I was like, of course, if I had a good idea, other people were likely around the same time going to have a similar good idea. My point being is competition is a good thing. When you are creating a truly new idea, the definition of innovation, you're by definition creating an idea that nobody is currently using. Nobody knows, nobody understands, which also means they haven't budgeted yet. Where if there's competition, you now have additional voices that are also educating the market on the innovation of your category. So it's going to become a lot easier to sell. This is where you start getting into those MBA concepts like first mover in a market. Who's the first one to go to market with the idea isn't necessarily the one that wins because they come in, they test the market, they educate the market, and other folks that follow are able to see the mistakes that they made, are able to see the nuances of what the clients really like, and are there able to much more efficiently go and achieve that idea to product market fit. And then they beat the first mover at their own game and they take over the market. So you've got an idea. What's the idea? We are so used to, particularly those of us who worked in government and military and intelligence, is we're used to keeping our mouth shut. Unless you're, a Navy SEAL and you've done private, missions, then you go write a book. Zing. What I want you to get out of the idea is talk to people about your idea. If your idea is that good, it isn't the idea itself. Remember, we went back to it's the founder that makes the difference. It's the one who puts the effort into it. And so obviously don't give away everything so that someone can steal it easily, but don't worry so much about someone stealing your idea. It's you that makes the difference. It's what you can do with that idea. It's what you're going to learn on your skills with that idea that's going to make the difference in the market, not just the idea itself. So you do want to share this idea. Now, start with people you trust, right? Don't go out on Twitter and say, this is what I'm doing, but get folks to talk to them, talk to more people. And then this is your chance to also use your network to introduce and expand your own network. When I look at my growth as a person, when I started my company 13 years ago, when I started Grim, I only knew a select number of folks, right? I worked in a very specialized space. We didn't really talk to anybody else. We didn't have any interaction with the commercial world because we didn't care. Now that I've gotten out there and I met all of these folks, most of you have met me in my commercial journey. And that is a testament to how networks add to networks, add to networks. So it isn't even just sharing your idea with somebody. It's also asking them to help. Your friends want to help you. People want to help you. You have to give them the opportunity. You have to ask. And so what I recommend is ask them to introduce you to people that you don't know so you get to continue to expand your network and grow. And by the way, when I say talk, I mean listen. Don't just lecture somebody on your idea. Don't get defensive about your idea. Don't repeat your idea over and over again like they're dumb and they didn't get it. Chances are they didn't get it because you're still learning how to communicate the idea. And that's a good thing. It's meant to be frustrating. If you really have a unique idea, most people aren't going to get it initially. Now, keep in mind, the best technology doesn't win. You're trying to figure out the conversations and the network to get your idea to the point that you've learned enough to understand what is that value proposition, right? Remember going back to that slide on services versus products? It's the value that we create. It's the feeling we're giving somebody by them using our idea that's going to matter. And we want to understand that. And we want to understand the efficiency of minimum viable product. What is enough of that idea where it's convenient enough, it's functional enough that somebody will be willing to play with it? That's the goal. Be willing to pay for it. So once we figured out why would anybody want to be paying for it, right? Now we want to be a devil's advocate. Take your idea apart. Again, you really got to check your ego at the table to really be able to walk around and be like, yeah, that's not a great part. You're right. I really need to evaluate that. Yeah, it's going to add 2 more weeks, but I know I need to do that. So starting with your best friend, because this is a very common thing, right? Do I do the solo founder route? Do I do the co-founder route? Do I do a group of founders? All of them have their challenges. Tom and I did co-founded the ICS Village nonprofit together. Grim and Scythe, I founded solo. And I will tell you, as a solo founder, a lot of venture capital folks look at you and go, I don't like that. They want to see the very neat pairing of somebody's good at business and somebody's good at tech. And that's the marriage together. Because rarely is somebody good, very good at both. And I'll be honest, I had the advantage of having founded and run a consulting business that grew pretty substantially. So I had a 4 or 5 year head start on learning my business education, but I'd still never had all the experience of starting my own product company, which is a different skill set to some degree. So starting with your best friend, particularly if you have those personality, those skill complements, that's going to be great. Be clear what your roles are. Write down what your expectations are of each other. And the biggest mistake everybody makes is at day one, when you decide to create something with somebody else, you're like, let's do the equity. You get 50% and I get 50%. Well, why not wait? In fact, part of writing roles and expectations is why don't we write our expectations that we kind of visit on a quarterly basis with the idea that we'll agree to the equity at some point down the road based on how we've met those expectations and revisited them to that point. Because even if you start with somebody who everything goes right, life happens, right? And in 2 years, the business has been struggling. You haven't been able to pull the salary you want. They have a kid. Now they need some more money for their family. And they really loved working with this. They'd like to see the idea go. But unfortunately, they need to go take the good paying job. So obviously, that puts you both in a very bad position if you already had this person at 50% of the company, because now you need to figure out, well, do I buy them out? Like, how do I handle that? What do we do? It's not fair. They're still keeping half the company when I'm going to have to do the rest. So waiting gives you that optionality for both of you to handle that in the future. And you haven't put both of you in a bad situation because things are going to change. And it's also a really good idea to have you both on the same page on what does success look like. We've already talked about that a couple of times in this talk, and we're going to keep coming back to it because part of pursuing this idea is that you do expect to achieve some kind of success. And that success is not just, my idea's in the world. There's numbers tied to that. There's expectations tied to that. So stipulating those, documenting them up front, understanding what each of your roles are towards those expectations, and then revisiting them on a periodic basis is a really good way to keep your friendship through what's going to be a very trying journey together. So some pearls of wisdom from Alyssa Miller. Write down your vision and mission early. Why are you launching this business and how do you plan to achieve that goal? Then anytime you encounter a tough business decision where you're having trouble deciding, alone or with others, look back to your vision and mission and choose the option that helps you accomplish those. So incorporation. This is the legal business side of the house. You have an idea. We need to create a legal structure to incubate the idea, to allow the idea to grow safely. This is where we get to legal structures like limited liability corporations, S corporations, or C corporations. I'm not going to go into all the detail on each of those. Again, I'm not going to be a lawyer here. LLC is the easiest place to start. C corporation is ultimately where you're going to want to end up when you raise money. You can start as an LLC and you can convert it to a C corporation at the end of the day. Probably the bigger thing is making sure that you actually pick the right name that's available. Don't just assume your name is available. Check it. I can't tell you how many times I've seen folks go, oh, this is the name I want. And then they find out that name's already taken. and they've already got the business cards and they've already printed out the dishes with everything on it. Don't do that. Check your name first. One of the ways you can get some flexibility around this is this concept called doing business as, which means you can have an obscure legal name, and then you can have a common name that does potentially conflict with other things as a doing business as. So for example, Grimm. The legal entity of Grimm is called SMFS Inc. Stands for Smart Motherfuckers. Long story and a joke that I do with Grimm. But the doing business as name, its public name is Grimm. So that's the legal entity, and then Grimm is the doing business as public name for that. When you're doing this, you're going to want to file, just like you have a social security number, you need to file for an employee identification number with the IRS. That usually takes 1 to 3 weeks. Of course, with government shutdown, that could affect that. So keep these kinds of things in mind. But it's the basics you want to get started. Then you need to incorporate at your state level. Keep in mind, the state you incorporate at might also have county and local city or jurisdictions that you additionally need to file in. So make sure you're paying attention to all of those. With the state, you have the ability to incorporate in another state. You will also have to register in the state you personally operate in. But this is where you start to get into clever ways to do these things. So for example, if you noticed, most of the companies you do business with, you'll notice they're headquartered in Delaware. And the reason for that is Delaware has the most business-friendly laws in the United States, which is why many corporations do that. Some other ones to consider are Nevada and Wyoming for similar clever reasons. And then finally, this is another thing I recommend, particularly as a veteran, also go and register with the US government. The two things you want to get is you want to get what's called a CAGE code from the SAM database, sam.gov. I forget what it stands for. And then the other one is Dun & Bradstreet, where you get assigned a DUNS number. These are the kinds of things that it takes a little bit of effort now. And in the future, if you ever have anything to do with government, the fact you already have these in hand are going to make it so much easier to be able to jump on those opportunities immediately. Now, remember, we're veterans. That is a special designation. There are a number of programs that are out there that help you take advantage of the fact that you're a veteran or a disabled veteran. I'm a disabled veteran, and when I originally started Grimm, we were a service veteran disabled-owned small business, which requires you to self-certify as that. And then there's other designations, woman, minority, economically disadvantaged. Make sure you're taking advantage of all of those. And keep in mind, it doesn't just tie into government contracts or government programs. A number of the large commercial enterprises actually have set-asides for these different kinds of things, particularly small businesses, so that they are supporting those ecosystems, even though they are commercial companies. So to raise or not to raise, this is why it's so important to recognize what kind of economic model you have. If you are starting a consultancy, if you are a people and services-based business, you probably don't want to raise. And here's why. Because you should be growing organically. As your company makes money on the person or people you have, you then take those profits and reinvest them in the business and you grow. Think about it. If somebody were to give you $10 million and say, start a consultancy, you're going to hire people, they're going to sit there, and you're going to spend money until you go and chase business, as opposed to the traditional way, which is go get the money, earn the money, and then grow that way organically. Why would I give that to somebody else? The other factor here is when we start talking about valuations, which is coming up in a slide, there's not as much of a valuation on the services model, which means there's not going to be the kind of investment return. So you're kind of going to be wasting your money. There's very few investors who are going to be interested in that space. Whereas on the product side, the answer is yes, you're most likely going to want to. There's our folks. I was able to bootstrap Scythe initially as an R&D project because I had Grimm as a consultancy that made enough money to fund that. Most folks don't have that. And you start to think about the time period, going back to that startup curve, there's going to be a period of 1 to 4 years that you're pivoting, experimenting, and not making any money. That takes a lot of cash or flexibility and freedom to be able to do that. Hence the reason a lot of times there's a much more expensive capital upfront requirement to be able to get my product to the point I'm going to be able to make money. To give you a comparison, it took more than 3 years for Scythe to bring in its first customer. It was the last DerbyCon, fall of 2019. I was sitting at a piano with Geoff Thayer and John Strand from Black Hills, and that's where I closed Black Hills as the first Scythe customer ever. over 3 years, to give you an idea of how long it can take. Hence the reason that raising is usually more common at this point.
Hey, Bryson,
yeah.
I think there maybe was a disconnect. We gave you a 30-minute slot, so I got to get
I thought I
Corey.
was, last thing I was told was 55 minutes.
Oh,
And I'm going to stop.
I'm really sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
I apologize for that. It was super
I'm
great
glad you stopped me,
information.
John. I'm going to share the slides right in here. Everybody comment. This is all the better that that's the case. And I am so sorry for cutting into somebody else with my enthusiasm. I thought I was going 55. I'm going to hop off. The floor is yours, sir. Kick me out.
Bryson, that was great. We'll have you back next year for sure. We'll just give you a longer slot. Thank you so much. Let me get Corey up here. This is what happens when you end up being in Kuwait for 23 days before the conference and don't get to do as many tech reviews and make sure speakers know everything and make sure there was no miscommunication anywhere. So that was awesome from Bryson. We super appreciate that. Really interesting story as well. Go talk to him when you see him around. Go talk to him in person at these events. Corey, I'm going to get you started so you can have your time. Thank you so much for being here. Let me pull up your slides. This has been amazing. Everybody has been amazing so far. Corey, do I have audio from you? Can you check?
Absolutely, John. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, perfect. I've got you 5x5. I will let you take it away.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, John. And thank you to everybody over at the VetSec community. It's been an absolute pleasure being in the community. And this is my now, I think, second year speaking. I've been involved with VetSec for so long, but so fantastic to be back and talking about a very passionate field within cybersecurity, CTI. So we'll go into a little bit of a review later on in case you aren't as familiar with CTI, but it's not going to be as in-depth as it was last year. If you want a really good in-depth review and understanding and analysis, mile wide but an inch deep of CTI, check out my presentation last year at VetSecCon for CTI. It's really, really good. But today we're going to be talking about the modern tools of threat intelligence, OpenCTI, things like that. We're going to go into more technical capabilities and how those processes work. So, quick overview of the agenda. Obviously, got to do a little bit of a disclosure because, you know, we all work for somebody and my opinions will be my own, but we'll get into that. A little bit about me as well. And I will be talking about a lot of different tools. So here's some examples, you know, OpenCTI, Flashpoint, Recorded Future, things like that. We'll be talking about a lot of different feeds. What is a tip? Things like that. And then we'll get into depth of OpenCTI, a core concept of a tip, what I consider to be basically a next generation tip because it's really interesting and it's got a lot of really cool features and capabilities that I think are fantastic. And then we'll be going into what that all actually looks like in real life. What does it look like? Automation, workflow from the very beginning to the very end. We'll be talking about how that entire process works, the cyber threat intelligence process with placements for tools and all that sort of stuff. So we'll be getting into that. And then, of course, the number one topic on everybody's mind for the past, I don't know, year, 2 years, AI. What about AI? How is it involved in CTI? How is it involved in your tools and capabilities? And, you know, what are my predictions for the future? So yeah, let's get into it. Be sure to let me know if you have any questions in the chat. I got that pulled up. So just let me know if I'm going too fast, too slow, if you have comments or you're interested in something in particular, just feel free to let me know and we'll get to it as well. So disclosure, this is a review slide from last year because it's really important to establish the fact that, you know, we're all human beings. We all have our own opinions, but my thoughts are my own. I work for Marriott International. We'll get into that, but obviously my thoughts are my own. I like certain tools. I like certain capabilities. The tools that I talk about may not be what you're looking for, but it might be similar to what you're looking for. And there might be feeds that you want to know more about. So be sure to let me know if you have questions about other feeds that I may not cover as in depth offline. I can always help you out with that as well. But feel free to let me know with any questions about these types of tools and capabilities that we'll be getting into today. Now, a little bit about me. Like I said, my name is Corey Neno. I am a 12-year Army veteran. I got out last year. I did 9 years active duty, 3 years in the National Guard. I joined VetSec I think in around 2019, 2020 timeframe, I was very proactive because I was like, I got to start getting ready, start getting things. And I was, like many veterans, really concerned about how that transition looks like. What does it look like? That kind of stuff. Right. So I was very, passionate about what my next stage is. And VetSec was fantastic in helping me make that transition. I want to say 15 certifications now. I'll be honest, that number might be higher. I am currently engaged in the SANS master's degree program. So if you're familiar with SANS, absolutely fantastic for getting your education, getting certifications, learning more about the cybersecurity field as a whole, variety of different sectors, variety of different like subfields within cybersecurity. And I am going through that right now. I literally have an exam next week. I'm super excited for. So lots of experience, 14 years of experience, probably more if you include double dipping in the National Guard while working in the private sector. I've done everything from being a cybersecurity analyst to threat hunting and threat intelligence, vulnerability management, GRC, purple team engagements, VCSO action, and leadership, like leading teams from front to back, getting things done in cybersecurity. So I'm very passionate about this field. Like I said, I'm currently a senior manager over at Marriott International for Cyber Threat Intelligence. We work to protect people around the world. I'm very happy with Marriott International. It's nice to be passionate about an organization that puts people first, and that's like one of our core values. So super excited about that. I am married, 2 boys, 2 huskies, and I'm living fully remote, which honest to God is the only way to live. So quick review for those that are catching up with the core concepts of cyber threat intelligence. It is the process of gathering, analyzing, and applying information about cybersecurity threats to enhance the organization's security posture. So how we are defending ourselves from what's going on in the cyber threat landscape. And you want to be able to predict, what is going on. Cyber threat intelligence, we are the scouts. We are the forward observation posts, if you will, for what's going on in the cyber threat landscape. So we're out here trying to gather all that information, gather that intel, funnel it into tools and capabilities so that we can better protect our customers, our employees, and our organizations. So it is both a proactive and reactive capability that empowers proactive and reactive capabilities. It empowers threat hunt. It empowers your CERT and SOC. It gives them better foresight so that they do their jobs better. So your alerting and alarming is better, things like that. People often get confused when they see the word intelligence. And it's because CTI was born out of essentially a love child between cybersecurity and intelligence. So on the left, you have the cyber, or the intelligence cycle, if you will. This is the original intention of intelligence for both private and public sectors. Like, you are developing, you are gathering that intelligence, you are understanding what your organization needs, you're collecting it, processing it, producing it, and disseminating it. Very basic understanding of that intelligence cycle. When you shift over to the cyber threat intelligence cycle, you'll see a lot of correlations to, the original intelligence cycle, but it's more about that technology focus. It's more about understanding what's going on in the cyber threat landscape, right? So you have that direction, you have that understanding of what you're trying to do, but your collection is going to be even more technologically forward. Your processing is going to be even more technologically forward. You're engaging with certain tools that we're going to go over like literally next. You're analyzing and disseminating that cyber threat intelligence, and then you're getting that feedback from your customers, being leaders, other teams, things like that. And then I developed my own because I think we need to be moving forward to the next generation of what the cyber threat intelligence process looks like. So with threat planning, you have that direction. You're understanding what your organization needs. You're engineering your tools, your feeds, your tips, your capabilities. You are going from the ground up. Then you got your ingestion and analysis. Where are your feeds? What are your CTI members doing? How are they analyzing that intelligence? How is it being processed? How is it being enriched? How is it being empowered by AI? Things like that. Then you have your automation and production, starting to make those reports, starting to connect to other tools and capabilities so that it's empowered by that threat intelligence. Then you have your integrations. You're getting into SIEM. You're getting into endpoint detection. You're getting into MDRs. You're getting into SOAR, how those connections look like. And then again, more integrations from AI. You're building those capabilities. You're performing API calls so that everyone's talking to one another, right? Sharing and feedback. Now we're getting into how it all looks. We're producing reports. We're getting feedback. We're delivering reports to executives. We're delivering reports to customers. We're delivering reports on when incidences occur. And then finally, this is the one that I developed separate from the cyber threat intelligence lifecycle, the archiving and lessons learned, being that we want to save that data. We want to save that intelligence and bring it over into our databases, into our capabilities going forward, so nothing is lost. That's extremely important. And then lessons learned. If there was an incident, what did it look like? How did it impact us and why? Gathering that data, making sure it's backed up, saved, stored in our capabilities for future research and understanding. That is my take. I did a full breakdown of that last year, so go check that out if you have the time and are interested more in that. But let's get into the actual bread and butter. Oh, core concept review, final thing. For those that may not know, observables and indicators, there has been some shift in language. Observables are potential indicators. Observables are our understanding of what we think happened, but we don't necessarily have that proof yet that it is an artifact that is related to an incident. Whereas indicators of compromise are confirmed artifacts. They are confirmed to be related to an incident, that type of deal. Language has been shifting. We're growing. We're getting more accurate with what we do. So it's important to understand that. TTPs, everyone's heard this before, tactics, techniques, procedures, and how it relates to everything the threat actors do. And then, of course, you have your threat intelligence feeds, and then you have your threat intelligence platforms. We're going to get way more in depth in this, I promise. But from a high level view, your feeds are what's operating out there, gathering that intelligence for you, bringing it to you, right? And then your platforms are your integration tools, your automation tools, your central hub, if you will, connecting your feeds to where you want it to go. So, talking about threat intelligence feeds, what it looks like. So, you have all of this data out here in the world of the threat landscape. You have hashes, you have IPs, domains, various observables and indicators, URLs, malware, all of this information. It needs to be brought in somehow, but you got to go get it first. So you have all of these feeds, commercial, community, proprietary, open source. You're bringing them in order to enhance them, correlate them, and then funnel them to your various security tools so that they can create better alerting and alarming. That is the core concept of what a threat intelligence feed is. So now we're getting into the bread and butter of various vendors, like how do they perform, what do they do, that type of thing. So we're capturing this data from various sources. Like I said, they can be open sourced, meaning 100% free. They are built up by people who just have a love for the game. They're in it for the fight, and they are producing open source intelligence that is 100% free. But then you also have your proprietary sources, your fully paid sources, your custom sources from unique vendors like Recorded Future and Flashpoint as two examples. Both phenomenal companies that produce really informative threat intelligence based around your organization's needs. You also have community-based stuff. I talked about this in depth last year. ISACs. ISACs are a massive organization, a community-based program that even delve into specific sectors like your car manufacturers versus your retail and hospitality. Like all of those different sectors have an ISAC. Join those communities. There's going to be intelligence-based sharing. There's going to be threat intelligence sharing. There's going to be sharing about engineering, sharing about capabilities. I like this tool. I like this capability. I like this. That sharing is so necessary in the 21st century. So community-based sharing, but the nice thing is it also comes with a feed. So community-based organizations like ISAC produce feeds that will give you that threat intelligence that you're looking for. So you ingest it. you bring it into presumably a tip, which we'll get into in a little bit, but you bring it into your organization somehow through automation. So the feed is being funneled into you via an API call. You have this connection to other tools that you're able to correlate that data, preferably to other feeds, so you can get the highest validity. You're looking at the scoring and the value factor of those feeds from around the world to get the most accurate data physically possible. That's what your feeds are doing. You integrate them into your threat intelligence platform. So now you have a hub where all of these are going to be brought in, and that sort of value of combining them all increases that validity. It increases your understanding of what's going on in the threat landscape. And now you have both a technological and strategic capability to deliver real-time threat intelligence because of the threat intel feeds. You're getting all of this data in near real time. You're able to showcase observables, indicators, reports from a variety of solutions to produce the best value for both your technologically forward teams, your CERT, your SOC, your other capabilities, insider threat, vulnerability management, red team, purple team, all of that. They're taking in this intel and viewing it and analyzing it and deploying it via their tools. That's where we're going with the feeds. That's the power of the feeds. So just to name a few, you got your VirusTotal, Polyswarm. That's going to be more so like looking at those indicators, like looking at the community-based value, open source, free. InfraGard, another community-based program. If you're able to join InfraGard, very, very good. Highly recommended. Recorded Future Flashpoint, we talked about proprietary based paid ones. MITRE also has feeds and capabilities. And then MISP is both a feed and a threat intelligence sharing platform. So it has a lot of integration capabilities there too. So now, threat intelligence platforms. We're actually talking about the hub. What does it do? How does it work? It is there as a central tool for your cyber threat intelligence team to gather a ton of threat intelligence feeds to your platforms, get all this data, both and including internal data. So you're not just limited by what's out there on the internet, you're also polling internal sources, your own EDR, your own SIEM, your own SOAR, your own data sources, whatever it may be. You're pulling that in as well into your threat intelligence platform, correlating it to your open source, your proprietary, your community-based feeds. Now you have a ton of enriched data that you can categorize, you can give scores to, you can give a likelihood score. If you call it a likelihood, or a competency score is another phrase for it. Or you can give it also, like a risk-based score. So now like the likelihood of it happening, like that indicator being related to an incident in your own organization, as well as, the severity of that like incident related to that indicator. That's the power of your threat intelligence platform. So you're bringing in that data from those feeds and your own internal sources to that platform. Then you make the connection out. You are sending that data. It has now been enriched. It has been correlated to other sources and other feeds. It's been enriched. It's also been reviewed and empowered by your threat intelligence analysts. So there will always be threat intelligence analysts. We need more threat intelligence analysts in the cybersecurity space. So please get out there and apply. But we are reviewing that data. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of that data because, automation is phenomenal. AI is phenomenal. But at the same time, you want to sometimes be able to go deeper. What is the pain point? What is the primary concern of your organization? You might hear phrases like PIRs, your intelligence requirements. What are your primary intelligence requirements, secondary intelligence requirements, tertiary intelligence requirements? Military phrases that have now made it into the private sector. We are looking at these intelligence requirements. We're digging deeper as threat intelligence analysts. What matters to our organization? Then we're organizing it in that threat intelligence platform before it goes out. then it finally does go out. We make those connections to our SIEM, to our firewalls, to our EDRs, whatever security tools that you house, and you are working with other teams. You're performing a collaborative effort to engage with them and showcase the power of the alerting and alarming and other triggering mechanisms that you have at your fingertips. Now, proactive intelligence feeding those tools. Better protection for your organization, reducing that risk, because you are comparatively looking at incidences from the outside world and getting that advanced notice for your organization. So that's fantastic. That is the power of the tip. It's the forward head of the spear, if you will. So big shout out to the friends and family over at Filigran. Not sponsored, by the way. I think I forgot to say that. Big point that I am not sponsored by Filigran. But I do like their platform, which is OpenCTI. We'll get into some other ones, but we're going to do some key components of the uniqueness of OpenCTI as I consider it essentially a next gen tip. It's got a lot of capabilities, a lot of channels, a lot of dashboards, a lot of integrations that are so unique that empower OpenCTI. That's why I'm a big fan of it, but we'll get into more of that and other tips as well. So it is a collaborative platform, open source model with a lot of adaptability. What does that mean? So you are bringing in multiple users that are able to address all of the feeds, all of the data, all of the reporting mechanisms that are housed in OpenCTI threat platform. And you're able to collaborate real time on these products on down to the observable. You are able to work together collaboratively to, enrich all of this data. And that I haven't seen that level of collaboration in other tools. So very, very interesting. I think a lot more organizations are building up that sharing capability in real time, but I have, dozens of users, hundreds of users that are able to in real time access data and collaborate within the platform. It's also unique because it has a case management capability. So if you also wanted to use it for case management, you could do that as well, which I find is extremely unique, because then once you finish with your tickets, you could bring it back to OpenCTI if you wanted to. You could even have the ticket within OpenCTI, which is crazy. But it allows for that full cyclical cyber threat intelligence process within its platform. That is extremely unique to me. It is also an open source model and is extremely community driven. So all of these feeds, whether they're even competitors, are being brought in to OpenCTI. You can get all of these feeds, open source, proprietary, communitary, your ISACs, your InfraGard, everything. Bring it in and organize it how you like to within the channels. It's fantastic for that enhancement, and I've really enjoyed that. It's pushing the boundaries of how you look at that data and how it's organized. And then it is extremely adaptable because OpenCTI is one of the newer tips competitively out there. I have found that they are developing a lot of advanced capabilities as quickly as possible, turning it out, putting it out to the users, making it readily available, opening beta programs that you're able to access, and then give feedback and let them know what's good, what's bad. It's extremely empowering to have that level of involvement and collaboration with the product. Now, you can also stand it up on your own. You can do paid, you can do a complete SaaS setup. You can also do a fully open source setup that you run yourself. So if you have a lot of really phenomenal engineers that are empowered by your organization to build that tip, and they were looking for one that has that open source model, OpenCTI is an option. And there you go. Coming from someone that spent over 3 years utilizing just directly for one organization, MISP, it was really interesting to see the differences when I had to build it myself and really get into the nitty-gritty, but still felt at times somewhat limited just because I had to do so much of the manual labor myself versus even the open source model for OpenCTI is empowered a little bit more. It's a little bit easier to stand up and relegate and control. So very interesting differences between a 100% pure open source model that you have to stand up yourself from the ground up and the empowerment model of this open source for OpenCTI. Incredible. So some key features of OpenCTI that I've really enjoyed. They have a sophisticated modeling program. So what they do is they can target sectors, they can target your organization, they can target fields, they can target threat actors, they can target malware. The ability to pinpoint data points and make that correlation, build structures, and then display it as well within the dashboard capabilities of OpenCTI is very, very interesting. And then a lot of graph capability, a lot of visual capabilities. I'm not big on the graphs, but I know, leaderships, often higher end executive leaderships, enjoy a good dashboard or a good visual. So it's good to have that capability. And they provide a wide variety of that within that modeling structure. So that advanced data modeling empowers that graph. And then the multiple integration support I have found is extremely useful. And they keep pushing the boundaries of trying to get new connections natively within OpenCTI. So like an example would be a ticketing service that may, not play nicely with other security tools. They're pushing the boundaries of trying to make those types of connections to various tools, whether it be feeds, competitor feeds, or other security tools. They're working night and day to make those types of connections. And that I think is extremely unique and interesting within the OpenCTI platform. So pushing front end to back end feeds to your tickets is something that has been empowered by the multiple integration support within OpenCTI.
Hello, everyone. I think Corey had a catastrophic technical difficulty, which seems to be what is happening today to some extent. So we will pause here and entertain you until he gets back. There were a lot of you that were not on this morning. Oh, Corey's back. All
I
right.
I crashed for a minute there.
Yeah.
Don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
I don't know either. Yeah, once we get your slides back up, we'll let you keep going.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. We had Nicole Hoffman on earlier, and her web camera crashed, which was her microphone. We've had all sorts of issues today.
Oh, and now I'm seeing the chat. I was missing all this chat. I thought people were just not even acknowledging me. I was just going for it. Oh my God.
I'll let you take over. Thanks, Corey.
Thank you so much, man. Jason, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. So I'm going to take a quick moment and answer some of the questions because I literally was not even seeing the questions. So I do apologize for that. So what can people do if they don't have a threat intelligence platform? That is a great question. So a lot of threat intelligence feeds are trying to integrate those types of capabilities. I'm a little hesitant about that simply because feeds by their nature are owned by that organization. So you don't always have the accessibility of that data. What do I mean? Within a threat intelligence platform, I can get into, like, let me go back a screen. Let me go back a page here. Pull up my navigator. So like within OpenCTI, for example, like I can get into the data and I can make alterations to an observable, to an indicator, to a report. I can produce my own, send it in, analyze it, correlate it to other data. That's the real power of the platform, is that the user, the threat intelligence analyst, can get in there and add that data, change that data, make alterations. A lot of organizations that produce threat intelligence feeds are working towards making feeds more accessible to organizations that don't have a threat intelligence platform by kind of integrating that capability. But then you may not have as much accessibility with changing that data. That's like the biggest concern. So getting feeds is one key way to do it. I would say, however, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more when we get to the other threat intelligence platforms, MISP is a great solution if you're looking for a 100% free, 100% open source from the ground up solution. That's one. OpenCTI does also have a free open source capability, and it's very good as well. Both of those, if you're willing to put in the effort and you have a team of both threat intelligence analysts and engineers that like are willing to commit to just a little bit more effort of building and engineering, like you can stand up your own. And that's the position that I would take, is you definitely want to stand up your own and start correlating stuff. Tyler Hardley. Yes. Also, you have some familiarity with MISP and OpenCTI. So yes. Taxi parsing is a capability. Yes. My last 4 civilian employers didn't have threat intelligence analysts. That is a pain point for me, Jason. That is a major pain point for me. And I've said this last year when I was talking about cyber threat, like as a field within cybersecurity, cyber threat intelligence. Like, you will find that organizations that don't have a dedicated cyber threat intelligence team, that all their other teams are doing that uncollaboratively, siloed, and not doing the work that they should be doing. You know what I mean? Like you'll have your vulnerability management team, you'll have your insider threat team, you'll have your CERT and SOC, you'll have all these other teams like going out and doing their own sort of avant-garde threat intelligence. And like Dora the Explorer, they're venturing out to do their own thing. But oftentimes it's taking away from the work that is within, their field. It's taking away, you're taking analysts, you're taking operators off of keyboard doing their role, and now they're doing my role or my teammates' roles. They're doing work, and then oftentimes they're not collaborating enough. They're not talking to one another enough, and they're stepping on each other's toes. They're doing the same thing. And that is a massive pain point that I have seen in some organizations, is that when that happens, you're spending more money and time, which I find is even more important, with teams double dipping essentially. So grow your own organic threat intelligence team. That is like the most important thing. If you can grow your own internal threat intelligence team, it is so vital. I talked about this ad nauseum last year. I'm not doing attribution. No. Oh, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I was so worried that I was just being ignored the entire time. So now I am getting your questions. I am getting your chats. So thank you so much. But yeah, please keep them coming. Let them know. I will get back to it then, as Chit would say, inside joke. But that is a key core component of understanding threat intelligence, the cyber threat intelligence field, is by having that team. Or even if you have to, look at outsourcing it like you would a SOC. If you do have to outsource your threat intelligence teams, getting a dedicated threat intelligence team that's working those angles for your organization is so important. It's literally life-saving in many cases. So that is my stance on that. Okay. So other tips, we will talk about it. Again, I do apologize. My screen got crushed again. But there are a wide variety of threat intelligence platforms out there. I utilized MISP for years and years and years. And I was dedicated to MISP for 3 years straight at my previous organization. And it was hard work, but it was really, really good, because once you built those application connections between the feeds and MISP, and then MISP to your various security tools and your ticketing, it was beautiful. It was so beautiful, but it was a labor of love. It was hard work because it was pure open source. OpenCTI has that as well, and you can build it and you can make it your own, and it's a lot less work, in my opinion, than MISP, while still getting the value of the channels and the capabilities within OpenCTI. So those are 2 free options right there. There are a number of other paid ones that are also phenomenal. I've worked with Anomaly. I have heard a lot about Threat Connect and Threat Quotient. Like, there are other threat intelligence platforms out there. I encourage you deeply, and do your own research, do your own investigations, look for what works for your organization. My focus was on automations, integration, AI and next gen capabilities. How do the dashboard looks? Like, what kind of metrics can I produce? And the total cost breakdown and ROI. And we landed on OpenCTI. But that could be different for your organization. So please go out there, check out some of these great organizations, check out some of these great products. I absolutely encourage it, because that's the value of the contribution. Whatever tool you go with, we're most likely still talking to one another via some sort of sharing capability. We're still sending and receiving all of our threat intelligence to one another. So as long as you're contributing, that's what's most important. So find the one that's right for you. Do I have a suggestion for CTI 101 publication? I am writing one. So hopefully coming soon, I'll be able to finish it. But I've been so insanely busy. I literally just got back from Recorded Future Predict 25 a couple weeks ago. And like I said, I have an exam next week for SANS. So I am working on it right now. But there are a number there. We had an organizer earlier, a speaker that wrote a children's book. There was like a couple really cool cybersecurity children's books that have come out this past year that are fantastic. And I've been looking at 2 in particular. I will try to drop the links to those later today. But get your kids familiar with the core concepts of internet safety and cybersecurity early on. It's absolutely important. Nicole Hoffman, yes, I literally have her book saved and stored and ready to go. Like, that was one of them, and there was another one too. I can't remember, but yes, I was there. Yes. But yeah, absolutely. Start early, start fresh, and I will get you some other 101 solutions that I enjoy. I had the pleasure of working with a woman at Recorded Future Predict 25, and she had this very unique perspective of organic team building and collaborative efforts. And I was like, you got to write a book on this. This is fantastic. But I'm going to get you those names and those links a little bit later on. Getting back to it. So now we've talked about the feeds. We've talked about the platforms. So you have your feeds, they're generating your intelligence, they're gathering your intelligence, they're collecting your intelligence. You have your platforms. They are bringing in your intelligence. They are enriching it. They are correlating it. They have AI built in. We'll get to that. We have all these capabilities that are being combined in our threat intelligence platforms. What now? What does the automation look like end to end? How are we making these connections to our tools and to our tickets? Because we can have that intelligence on our tickets as well. So earlier, I briefly talked about my take, the cyber threat intelligence process, as I see it in the 21st century. You have your threat planning, your ingestion and analysis, your automation production, your integration with AI, sharing and feedback, and your archive and lessons learned. How does that actually work? What does it actually look like? In your threat planning phase, you are engineering all of your tools, your feeds, your tips, everything. You are building it, but you're also looking at, what your organization needs, what they value, what are your crown jewels, things like that. You're gaining that internal intelligence and understanding of your org while forward threat planning. Then with your ingestion and analysis, feeds to your tip, your enrichment, and your correlation, that's where it starts to happen. So in an example, totally an example, you have recorded future, you have Flashpoint, you have feeds coming in, they're bringing in that data, they're correlating to one another even. They are united. They are adding value. They're adding scores, competency scores, risk scores. They're adding labels and tags to that data. Now it's in your tip where you can see it, you can engage with it, you can make alterations, you can add value, take away value, you can make changes to that particular observable or indicator or report. You are making those correlations as well as those correlations are being made automated in real time. Now we're getting into the automation and production phase. We have these calls. We had feeds brought into our tip. Now we're connecting out to our tools. What type of connection do we need? Where can it all go? A new massive thing, and this is probably going to be my talk for next year if I'm invited back. The data lakes is a massive growing capability within cybersecurity. So if you are not familiar with it, I'm probably going to write more about this later on this year. Security data lakes is a really growing capability that allows you to perform even more enrichment and correlation to take the weight off of a lot of your security tools. Like if you're using Elastic and Splunk, and the amount of data that is just being ingested is far too great, you can utilize what's called a security data lake. That also improves your API and connections, because oftentimes a data lake solution can connect to other tools and other ticketing platforms and services and SOAR that you might not be able to directly from your tip. Most of the time, your tip will be able to reach to security tools, but just in case, you also have security data lake as an option. See you in 2026. You have your integration. So now we're getting into our security tools. We have our data being sent automatically to our SIEM, to our EDR, to our various platforms, our firewalls, and they are now getting set up by our security engineers to alert and alarm on these various observables and indicators. So now they're there. They are proactively getting after and detecting. You can also do integrations with things like CrowdStrike for threat hunting. So now you can send data to a very large security tool and platform capability like CrowdStrike and perform even more proactive threat hunting with that type of integration. So you're doing a myriad of different things. You are bringing in and empowering your security tools. You are pushing forward with those security tools, as well as analyzing your logs being ingested in your SIEM. They are now retroactively looking at what's going on in your environments. They are now analyzing and detecting and alerting and alarming on those indicators and observables that you've brought in from your feeds, from your tip, making those connections, coming full circle. With the sharing and feedback, it's getting sent to your ticketing services. You're producing reports. Reports can now be made automatically through a lot of tips. So OpenCTI has that capability. Anomaly, I think, has that capability as well now. Like, you're able to produce, even the feeds have full report production capabilities a lot of the times. So you can create an entire report based on an indicator, observable, a threat actor, a malware, a campaign. Creating that type of product empowers threat intelligence analysts to show what is happening in the cyber threat landscape to executives, to leadership. So that's extremely important. And then your external sharing. We talked about FBI and InfraGard. We talked about the ISACs. You share out that data where possible. You try to make those connections. You network. The one thing that I really love about Marriott is and I talked about this with a lot of my teammates and a lot of other people on other teams. It's about creating a better product that supports our employees and our customers, but we want to be the best, not because another organization was targeted or hacked or breached, but because we created a better product. So sharing that data, performing external sharing opportunities where possible, with best practices involved. Sharing that data is so important in the 21st century because that is the only way we win against threat actors, is if we are collaborative in that effort, in that fight. And then your archive and your lessons learned. Now that we have our tickets, any incidences are closed. We are coming full circle. We are bringing those tickets back through automation. So let's say it's Jira or ServiceNow. Those are two examples of potential ticketing services you might use. Feel free to drop some other ticketing services in the chat. You get those tickets. You have that data. You have your analysts like notes in those tickets. You bring that back to your threat intelligence platform for archiving and storage. You can also produce full reports on those tickets. So making a full production top to tail of what an incident looked like. What happened? You're able to do that now with platforms. All right. So getting back to it, what is the final thing that everyone has been talking about? What about AI? AI is now built into every corner of cybersecurity, every area. And the cyber threat intelligence field is also included in that. So feeds allow for AI to research anything quickly. And a lot of them have their own unique built-in AI capabilities to allow analysts to research whatever within that platform. Tips, like I was talking about with the reporting capabilities, your tip solutions can generate summaries, full reporting on malware, on threat actors, generate full-fledged reports for you about anything. And it has that sort of nuance and it garners that. Me personally, I try to extract them and then put them into a Word document so I can make other alterations, make it more relevant, make it seem less robotic. But it's nice to know that it's there to inspire me to build an even better report. And those types of full reports are now accessible in a lot of tip solutions. And then security tools are now getting enriched by AI. Their correlation capabilities, their behavioral analysis, their ability to detect and explain complex events in real time is being empowered by AI. So we're coming full circle, and AI is built into every cornerstone of that. So what do I think is next? Okay. What do I think is actually going to happen with AI going forward? I'm going to give me 2 seconds. I'm going to fix this because it's bugging me that it's like, can I edit it? No, I can't. Okay. Underneath it, it says my predictions for future AI. Oh, yeah. Let's cover this first. So, what is some examples? So, I talked about it briefly before. Recorded Future has an AI. I talked to one of the co-founders. He's literally pushing the boundaries of positive AI use within the threat intelligence feed space. So aggregating and analyzing commonalities amongst indicators, observables, reporting mechanisms, campaigns, things like that. They are utilizing AI not only to make that sort of back-end analysis and make those correlations and enrichment, but then also you still have your capabilities, your summaries, your search functions that simplify and make it more accessible quickly to any user, regardless of whether or not they're your threat intelligence analyst. Flashpoint also has AI-powered threat investigation workspaces. So it's a dedicated workspace that allows you to talk to the AI while it's bringing you data. It's organizing it for you. It's summarizing it for you. You can make additional correlations in real time within that workspace. It's pretty cool. AI or for OpenCTI, talked about this a little bit. They have generating insights, summary, native language interactions, and report generation. So, and a lot of the tips you'll find will have this sort of next gen capability for reporting generation. I like OpenCTI is pretty good, but it's evolving before my eyes too, which is crazy. And then Splunk. This was one that I learned about. I think like a few months ago. You can now write SPLs even faster. Just be like, all right, give me this time frame. I'm looking at this type of log, this source, this header, whatever you want. It helps you write the SPL faster. So that's a unique solution that I think is really beneficial to a lot of users, especially if they're not constant users of Splunk. So what are my predictions going forward? Hold up, jumping over to chat really quick. You can tell LLMs to write it the way you want. Yes. Yeah. A lot of the reporting mechanisms you find, you can tell it to analyze pieces of your work. I personally am not comfortable with that. But I do try to tell AI to write in certain ways based on audiences. That's a good way of doing it. But yeah, you can submit writing and it will write in your style. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, you use ChatGPT for Splunk queries. There you go. Yeah. Well, now you don't have to. Apparently, Splunk also has that capability built in as well. So there you go. My predictions. We are looking at the next phases of, and I'm talking about positive solutions. I'm not talking about what the bad guys are doing. We're talking about positive solutions. So AI in the future is going to be able to talk to one another. They're going to be able to send prompts and pass data to one another. So let's say an API connection already exists between two products. If I'm talking to one AI, I'd be like, and it's got like it's got a name or a product name, like a Recorded Future AI. I'd say Recorded Future AI, tell OpenCTI AI to correlate this particular data and then show it to the OpenCTI AI. Things like that. Passing data, passing prompts where integrations already occur. I think that's going to be the next phase of what it's going to look like for these types of integrations. AI will improve in detecting AI use. So bots versus bots. We already have the homegrown capability of detecting when AI is in use. And a lot of us have been using AI to review scripts, to review malware, in our forensic analysis of these types of things to see if AI was used. I think there's going to be a massive improvement in the ability to simply send a prompt and submit a script or submit a piece of malware with the right security and tools in place and left and right limits and VMs and whatnot to, ensure that the malware doesn't go off and blow up in your face. But being able to submit those types of things to AI and, make those types of connections. I'm running out of time. I had that little crash moment. I was literally timed it too, but that's where I think AI is going. Let me know if you have any other questions or your thoughts of where AI is going next. Let me know if you have any questions about the cyber threat intelligence process, various feeds and platforms, things like that. And then, of course, big shout out to our homies and friends over at VetSec. I love them so much. They have literally saved my life countless times. And shout out to OpenCTI, Filigran, and Recorded Future for contributing some of their images and data so that I could, get a better understanding and give my thoughts and opinions. But thank you so much, guys. And thank you, John, for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks, Corey, so much for your time. We couldn't do this without speakers like you. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Michael Tomlinson, for Botsplaining Victory, how we weaponized AI to win DEF CON's Battle of the Bots Vishing competition. So I'm really interested to see that. So I'm going to pull Michael up on stage here and get his stuff ready to go. Hi, Michael. Are you here? Can we get an audio check?
Hey, John. I can hear you. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes. Are you not expecting to use video?
No, not unless it's required.
It's not required.
Great news.
Okay, I will let you take the floor. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, John. And thanks everyone for joining. My name is Michael. I've been doing cybersecurity work for about 6 years now. I typically specialize in assumed breach scenarios, red team operations, and occasionally social engineering. Prior to my security career, I was doing systems admin, systems engineering type work, and I got a bunch of certs that no one outside of HR cares about, but they did teach me a lot of cool things along the way. Back when I was a young lad, I was part of the Air Force, and today I'm going to talk to you about weaponizing AI to win Battle of the Bots. So, what is Battle of the Bots? It's a team or solo event at the Social Engineering Community Village during DEF CON, and I chose to apply with a colleague and a close friend of mine, Matt. We were accepted to compete and excited the entire time. The competing teams received a target company and a list of flags with point values, and then the AI bot must attempt to extract these flags during voice phishing calls. Only the AI agent was able to speak during the calls, and the audio must be piped to a virtual input. These calls were placed from a soundproof booth in a room packed full of all sorts of people and in front of a panel of esteemed judges. A total of 5 teams were selected to compete, and the social engineering community put some ethical guidelines in place. Some of these were your bot cannot elicit sensitive information, such as passwords or personally identifiable information. Your bot cannot use fear tactics, and the bot must keep language and content to PG-13 and under. So why build Skynet when you can rent it? Our initial instinct was to build something fresh from scratch using Python. I mean, who doesn't want to build the next new tool that everyone's using? But at the same time, we knew that compute limitations and time limitations would provide us with a disadvantage. So ultimately, we decided to start testing SaaS products in parallel, and then decided that due to latency issues, we would be using kind of a hybrid solution where the call orchestration happened locally, but the AI components were SaaS. We wanted to prove that anyone can access this technology with a credit card and just an account on some of these platforms. So after testing several conversational voice AI agents, we ultimately decided to use Retail AI. Retail is a commercial platform that's commonly used for things like inbound receptionist calls, accepting hotel and dinner reservations, making outbound sales call, and it has many other legitimate uses. More importantly, Retail AI allowed us to offload the voice processing to their platform, and this solved the issue with latency that we were seeing with locally processed AI. So after we solved the latency issue using Retail, we were presented with another challenge. I mentioned it earlier, but one of the rules of the competition was that the audio must be broadcasted in real time to a virtual input that was piped to the crowd and the judge's headphones, and Retail lacked this capability. So our solution was to use a dynamic conference bridge that allowed for the agent and the target to join as a participant while we joined as a muted participant. This gave us, eyes and ears into the conversation. So just a high level overview of the tech stack. I mentioned it briefly, but Retail is the commercial AI platform that we are using for the voice agent. The dynamic conferencing software that I just mentioned was Jambones, which is uh, an open source telephony platform for deploying AI voice agents at scale. I know it's a lot of buzzwords, but we chose it because it integrates directly with Retail. And then we built a locally hosted Node.js application that served as the administrative orchestration layer and provided us an operator dashboard that we could choose um, targets and voices from. For the LLM stack, we chose to use OpenAI GPT-4o, Cartesian 11 Labs for the voice synthesis, and then Retail handles the text-to-speech and speech-to-text modules. So now that we have our target company and a set of flags or objectives, we can gather open source intelligence, or OSINT. OSINT is public information that is available on the general internet or other open source locations that a normal civilian can access. OSINT is, of course, the start of every good social engineering campaign. The more information you gather, the more tailored you can make your campaign. For example, something like knowing the target's trash vendor allows you to more easily impersonate the vendor and gain an inherent level of trust. You can simply buy a costume online and dumpster dive with very little suspicion. Other valuable information that you can gather through OSINT includes the target's internal messaging platforms such as Teams or Slack. These help you better aid email phishing campaigns, while determining which EDR is in place helps to create more effective payloads for those assumed breach or red team scenarios. During this competition, an OSINT report was not required, but we did perform extensive OSINT and we were able to determine the expected value of several flags before the competition. We could feed this OSINT to a knowledge base that the agent could retrieve information from, and this allowed our bot to confirm information with the recipient of the call instead of requesting information. We'll talk about this a little bit later. So the real advantage that Retail AI gives us is its ability to do multi-prompts. So we have a global prompt that defines the personality, behavior, and overall context, and that includes the knowledge base that we fed the OSINT into. An individual node in the conversation flow also has its own specific prompt. This means we can fine-tune the agent's approach at every step of the conversation. That lets us break our prompt down into essentially if-then logic using transitions, which allows the agent to route the conversation based on responses. If the target answers a question, the agent will move on. If the target has objections, it redirects appropriately. This ability creates natural adaptive conversations instead of using rigid scripts that other AI, conversational AI agents use. And then finally, we implemented a global node for ethical safeguards. this node prevents the agent from making wild or inappropriate claims, pushing too hard, or otherwise breaking the competition rules. So meet our AI cast of characters. This is Grant from store support. Grant calls retail locations on a busy Saturday, targets associates who are often juggling customers and busy weekend operations. His pretext is that he's receiving alerts about the wireless network that need immediate attention. He's, helpful but persistent. He's technical enough to sound credible, but he's not so technical that, a retail worker is not going to understand him. Or so we thought. Grant was prompted to capture IT related flags, including details about the wireless network, the store's computers, uh, browser version and type. This is all critical reconnaissance data that demonstrates how easily an attacker could map internal infrastructure through a simple phone call. And Grant delivered. He convinced a human to visit our controlled URL not once, but twice. And then after that, he bot-splained how to use a smartphone. This is Annie. She's also from store support. She's targeting newly opened retail locations on Saturday with a seemingly legitimate follow-up call. She was just, basically verifying that everything was configured properly during a new store's rollout, and this was conveniently the last store on her weekend checklist. Annie's personality is thorough and detail-oriented, but she creates a sense of urgency around completing the verification process before the weekend ends. She attempted to capture the same IT-related flags as Grant, and this is kind of where some of that OSINT from earlier came in. We had to find newly opened retail locations for the target company. And this is Alicia. She's from store 1337, convincingly. Unlike Grant and Annie, who called outbound as store support staff, she's calling into the store support line as a newly promoted manager whose predecessor quit suddenly and left her without proper training. Her personality is flustered and overwhelmed. This combination helps create sympathy from the support staff and a desire to help. She starts off with questions about waste management, as you can kind of infer from the photo, and then she pivots to inquiring about badges, badge replacement processes, security awareness training, and these flags are all considered operational security objectives. She successfully captured the waste management flag. This kind of demonstrates how an inbound call from a legitimate store manager can extract information that could facilitate physical security breaches or further social engineering attacks. All of this to say that when we put AI to the test, it exceeded our expectations. Our agents exceeded in both successes and failures. Grant, as I mentioned earlier, convinced a target to visit our controlled URL not once but twice. This is a direct path to credential harvesting or malware delivery. His next objective was to identify what type of browser they were using. We didn't anticipate that this transition would be problematic, but the target didn't know what a browser was. So when Grant pressed for the browser that was used, the target responded with, "I don't know that. What is that? I'm on my phone." And Grant interpreted it as, "I don't know what that is. What is a phone?" And what we've kind of coined a new term, bot-splained what a smartphone was by saying, "A smartphone is a mobile device that you can use for blah, blah, blah." But that wasn't the deal breaker. The target found it confusing, but it did not blow the operation. We kind of got stuck into a feedback loop and terminated the call due to time constraints within the competition. But this does highlight how believable the agents were overall, and the targets attributed the awkwardness to a confused tech support person rather than suspecting an AI. Additionally, the OSINT proved absolutely critical. During our reconnaissance phase, we gathered information about a specific vendor that the target organization worked with, details about the wireless network, all sorts of information, so that when Elysia, our overwhelmed store manager, casually mentioned that vendor during the call, the support rep immediately confirmed the relationship without hesitation. That single piece of OSINT transformed her from a potential scammer into a legitimate manager in the target's mind. This demonstrates that AI, combined with proper recon, creates an almost unbeatable social engineering combination. One of our biggest takeaways was the believability factor. Targets reacted to these agents as legitimate callers. The voices sounded natural, the pretext held up under questioning. The information that we were able to confirm with the target was all correct, and the conversational flow felt authentic enough that nobody raised red flags. So here's kind of what keeps me up at night. It's low barrier, high impact. Everything we just demonstrated can be accomplished using commercially available products with just a credit card and an account sign up. Oftentimes attackers aren't even using legitimate credit cards or stolen in the first place. This means that any motivated threat actor can launch sophisticated, large-scale voice phishing operations with minimal effort, minimal infrastructure, and minimal investment. While our objective was to gather sensitive information, a real-world attacker could, do credential theft, stealing passwords, committing financial fraud, or spread misinformation. These AI models are constantly improving. I know eventually they'll plateau, but at the current rate, they're becoming more natural, more persuasive, and more difficult to detect. The voices will get better, the logic gets smarter, and the success rates will continue to climb. What we built utilized highly specific conversational flow design. An invested bad guy can spend time mapping out every possible objection, every hesitation, question, and handle pushback much better than we were able to do in the 1.5 months that we spent building this. Every, I'm busy, can I call you back later, can have a pre-built response path that just keeps the conversation moving forward. Again, because this was a time-constrained competition, our goal was to get off the phone as soon as we can. So if we hear, call back later, we agree with that and don't say, I'm sorry, but I need to talk to you now. So what do companies do? First, conduct regular voice phishing exercises. They have to become standard practice, just like email phishing tests. Employees need exposure to these AI-driven attacks in a safe and controlled environment. Second, you can implement verification protocols such as callback procedures, secondary authentication channels like email or the internal messaging platform, or daily code words for sensitive requests. And finally, security awareness training, as I mentioned earlier, must evolve beyond don't click suspicious links to include AI voice-based social engineering tactics. And this is my last slide. I just, of course, in traditional fashion, want to give a quick shout out to VetSec. You guys are awesome. Everything you've done for the community. I've benefited in, more ways than one from this. So if you're here and you're thinking about joining but haven't made the leap, definitely do it. Everyone is awesome. And then, a shameless plug for my employer, who not only supported us during the competition, but provided this dope ass PowerPoint slide. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Michael. I was just taking a look to see if there's any questions. David is interested in the budget. I don't know if you can comment or answer that at all.
Yeah, for sure. So I mentioned earlier, but Matt is a close friend and colleague of mine who competed alongside me. I think his answer is valuable as gold, but I do have some notes here that we spent about $150 on retail AI, $20 a month on Twilio, and then $20 a month on Jambones. Both Twilio and Jambones would not be required outside of a competition scenario, so a real-world attacker would only need to pay for retail and a lot of our costs were upfront testing. So I'd estimate that large-scale phishing attacks right now run, maybe $100 a month.
Okay, well, thanks for the recap. This was really awesome. Again, appreciate all of our speakers. Thanks so much for putting this together and making time to be here today for part of our conference.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys.
Take care. We've got a little time before I need to bring Gabe on. So I just wanted to share one more thing. A lot of you were either sleeping in late or in a part of the world where it was very early. We announced this morning that we are doing a giveaway for current VetSec members, a certification exam voucher giveaway. This started today. So we're giving away 10 certification exam vouchers to VetSec members up to a maximum value of $500, which means this entire benefit we are trying to give to you could be worth as much as $5,000. You will need to email Tyler Hardy. You may have heard of him. He's our chairman at tyler.hardy@vetsec.org before 1 November, which is like in a week, a 500-word or less email summary about what voucher you want, why you want the voucher, and how VetSec has helped you. And you must include the correct email title, VetSec Certification Giveaway 25, or it will not be seen by Tyler or the rest of the board when we vote on this, because he is setting up workflows because he gets 17 undecillion emails a day, which is a big number. We will be announcing the winners in VetSec Slack. So you must send it from your VetSec registered email because only VetSec members are allowed to win this. And we will check because we do that because we're security nerds and we check things. So I wanted to make this special announcement again because many of you were asleep this morning or in Alaska or were asleep, which is fine. I understand not everyone is on the East Coast. So also, a special shout out to everyone who's been a presenter today. We couldn't do this without everybody taking time to be here and be a speaker. We've got a few more minutes before I bring our next speaker up, the one and only Gabe. For sales engineering, is it for you? Is it for you? If you don't know, then you're going to want to stick around for another 7 minutes or so you can find out if it's for you. One of the things that I see that's very interesting right now, given the current job market, is there are definitely people out there who need need a job, need to get food on the table, need to pay rent, need to pay the mortgage. This may not be the environment where you want to hold out for your dream job, for the absolute, like, this is what I want to do for the next 10 years. You may be transitioning right now. You may have been laid off or gone through a RIF. So I see plenty of tech sales jobs out there. So if you can talk to people, which you can because you were a veteran and you have enough technical skills, this may be something you want to consider. Maybe you do this for a little while, then pivot back into somewhere else. Maybe you decide, I could do this. This is great. But in the meantime, if Gabe is ready, I might pull him up here and we'll just chat for a couple minutes because I don't want him to go too early. Gabe, are you ready to get pulled on stage? All right, let's get you up here and get your slides up here. Hello.
Hey, how's audio? Pretty good?
Yeah, I've got you 5x5.
Good.
And these are your slides, hopefully.
They are.
Perfect. Sales engineering and astronomy is what I get from that. No. Did we lose Gabe? Am I here? I brought Gabe's slides up, and now we have another APT attack on someone's webcam. Uh-oh. That's not good. Michael Smith, if you're DDoSing all of my participants, we're going to have words. Is Michael Smith here right now? That's pretty sus if he's not here. Now, John will present Gabe's slides. No, Sam, whose slide is it starts at 5:30 where we will have random people present random slides? That's later. I will, however, part of my military training, I don't know if anybody else has had this experience, especially us like Intel nerds. Here's a slide deck. Go present this. You have 5 minutes. Great. I don't know what's in here, though. Thanks. Thanks, everyone, for that. So those were always fun times. The Gabe's like completely off the board right now. Also, what CTF team is Cyber Gilly? Because they seem to be kicking butt, according to Tom right now. Gabe, you're back. We didn't even talk about attribution. What happened?
I have no clue. Technical difficulties, right?
Yeah, we're definitely having some today. All right, I've got your slides back up, which kind of looks like the Milky Way, not an astronomer or a black hole or something. I don't know. Is this from Starfield?
This is from some random template I chose because it looks
Nice.
cool.
We didn't, speaking of Starfield, since I mentioned it, like, too bad Nicole had technical difficulties because I wanted to talk about Bethesda games with her because, like, I'm a big time Bethesda gamer as she is. But, like, the last 2 releases, man, what's happening? I took 76. I took days off work because I grew up in West Virginia and I was so stoked for Fallout 76, having, like, literally grown up in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia.
Yeah,
And
it's rough out there for a gamer. It really is.
Yeah. Tough times. What else? Do we have any other questions that Gabe or I can answer before I let him go in like 3 minutes? I don't want to start too early in case people are
we
tuning
can
in
wait.
just to see you.
I will live react to questions as long as they kind of dovetail into whatever I'm doing right then. So feel free to keep dropping live commentary in, and I'll be able to dovetail it in.
Yeah, that
I'm
sounds
very
awesome.
interactive in sales engineering, so I'll bring that to the table.
So after Gabe, we've got Sean McDaniel at 4:30 Eastern, which is awesome. I'm really looking forward to that. I met Sean in real life in person at RSA. That was pretty cool. Then we've got Andrew Shoka, Navigating Cybersecurity Entrepreneurship. So he may dovetail on some of the stuff Bryson had. Bryson, man, that was such good information. I wish we wouldn't have had that miscommunication on timing so we could see all of that. I will do my best to get him back next year, but he did share his slides with everybody. Yeah, sales. You know that I was in sales before I secretly joined the Army. Used car sales. Used car sales. When I was like 18 or 19.
Did you sell anything?
Yeah, we sold some used cars.
No. Your company did. Did you?
Oh yeah, I sold some cars.
Good.
Yeah, I was very persuasive. My whole family is like salesmen. They were all Snap-on tool dealers, if that means anything to anybody. My brother-in-law, my dad, and my grandpa all were in the Snap-on tools business. That's how I got started in computers. So this is my last segue, Gabe, before I hand it off to you, is my dad left corporate, became a dealer, had a Panasonic 286 Toughbook monochrome on his Snap-on truck, hooked up to the .matrix printer, and I had to keep that thing running. And that was...
You know, we all have a start of a certain vintage. We all have a start that's got a similar feel to it. And you're just like, yeah, my parents had this really old thing for accounting. And they were like, hey, you're smart. You do it, you know?
Exactly. All right, that's enough banter. We're almost on time. So, Gabe, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here and let you go. Thanks so much.
No worries. Thanks, John. I've never had an intro before like that. You know, never had a short little hype session. It's always me trying to break the ice right off the bat. So we'll kind of get right into it. I have 10 slides. They're not a big deal. Basically, there's something for you to look at while I'm kind of babbling on, right? And that's a lot of what this business is. Sales engineering is not for everyone. I don't often like to use the word engineer as much, and my company has recently rebranded us into solutions consultant, which I like a little bit better because I don't feel like I'm an engineer half the time. So being a consultant is kind of more what it is that I feel like I do, but also kind of the solutions architect role. So I think that we chose some good verbiage there. So enough of that. We're going to go into sales engineering. We're going to see if it's right for you. I'm going to find out if it's right for me, I hope, by the time this slide deck is over. I'm just going to rearrange some of my windows here, sorry, so that I can see your guys' stuff while I'm going through slides. All right, so like I said, 10 slides. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to hit every one of them. I think I've got actually 11 slides in there. One kind of dovetails with another, so that's kind of a little bit of a lie. Who am I? I'm Gabe. So used to be in the Marine Corps. Did not make it my entire personality. Some Marines do, some Marines don't. I've got nothing negative to say about those that do. But it was definitely one of the highlights of my life, and I think I did a pretty good job in it. If you notice, I'm there with kind of a important guy, Arlie Ermy. This was probably about a year or two before he passed. Was a fun Marine Corps ball. Man, was I skinny. I joined the Marine Corps at 145 pounds, 6 foot tall. I was on double rations, just eating as much bread and meat as they could throw at me. Came out at about 150 pounds, so didn't do a very good job of bulking up. Later on, probably about 30 is when I started actually gaining weight, and now it doesn't really stop. That's my rap album in the middle. I used to do satellite communications. Basically, I started off in telephones, all the way up into satellite communications and everything in between. Did a lot of system administration stuff, a little bit on the dabbling edge of cybersecurity, but kind of did the entire gamut, everything but single channel radio when it comes to military communications. There's me as a fourth grader, kicking it with the style right off the bat. People would stop me and ask me if I was the kid from what's that movie, Breakfast Club. I had people ask me for my autograph. I was like, you realize he's way, way older than I am, and he's an actor. So, but enough about me. What is a sales engineer? Well, a sales engineer makes slide decks is what we do now. So this is kind of the line from Office Space. I take the requirements from the customer and I give it to the engineers. What a sales engineer often does is they take things that a customer needs, works with an account manager so that there can be some purchasing done, but we figure out what products they need. Sometimes it's what products they desire or not exactly what they need. And so you need to be their advocate. You're the advocate for both a company because you're selling, and that company needs to generate profit. But you're also an advocate for the customer. The customer needs to know that you're not just going to, sell them, I'm in cybersecurity, so I'm not going to sell them something that does 100 gigs a second, when their link is Cox Communications doing a gig a second. That's obviously way more than they need. And so, they want me to be their advocate. My sales partner, he could be a little more about just the sale. And so they understand that there are two sides to that coin when it comes to sales. I have to kind of understand what their vertical is. For me, I sell to the Army and the Army only. But if I was in, a different side of the house, if I was selling to a car manufacturer, am I selling to the manufacturing floor? Am I selling to the HR department? Am I selling to the cars themselves? Are we going to put a firewall inside of a car? I need to figure out what it is that they're looking for and then tailor everything that I'm pitching to them and our discussions to that. And so I have to understand quite a lot of things. Sales engineers are often kind of a jack of all trades. You know quite a lot about a bunch of different things, but you're not the expert. You're no longer, working on a keyboard. You're no longer banging around in a system too much. You're getting just the base level that you need to be able to explain what it is you have and to do some light troubleshooting. But you're a wordsmith about the products and everything else like that. There are sales engineers in services companies. There's sales engineers in OEMs, so selling products, hardware, software. But sometimes it also needs to be for a service. So, let's say you're working for a financial company and you have a new quantifying software or what everything else. Maybe you don't make the software, but you just do the algorithm part. But somebody needs to be able to explain that more than just, hey, this is going to make your company do better. Where's my check? All right, your history selling. Every one of us, humanity pretty much, has sold some kind of something. These are just little examples. And I think it's very important for you to understand you might already be doing a portion of this today. A lot of it can be in like project management. You're selling, what the capabilities are for that team to the upper levels of the company. You're selling, like John was saying, selling a used car. Well, you might not be doing it for a company, but you might be on Facebook Marketplace trying to get that Corvette, trying to get that deal down, trying to get, something of yours sold up. And you're going to have to negotiate. You're going to have to talk back and forth. And so it really just kind of depends upon what it is that you're doing and taking a look internally and going, am I doing any selling today? And you might. You might just not be doing engineer kinds of sales, but you're doing some kind of sales. I'm selling to the wife all kinds of things. Whether or not we need a new tractor. We got one. I'm still not sure if we need it or not. We're going to find out throughout the years, but I sold it. I sold it to her. I sold it to me. And I had to then, negotiate with that sales engineer to figure out whether or not he's lying to me. And that's the tractor that is for me. I think we came to a good agreement. He said, I don't think you need the bucket on the back. And I was like, yeah, I probably don't. And that's going to save me a bunch of money. And now I can, buy the box scraper. And he goes, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go ahead and put that on the list of materials, right? So you're going to find yourself, if you go down this road, evaluating everything from the lens of whether or not there's sales involved. These are snippets. Oops, I did one typo there. I did leave in my company's name. The one on the left, I'll give you guys, that is Cisco. We're very, very similar. You don't need to kind of go through it all, but you can kind of look at it. Basically, we all have a very similar concept. And that concept is you need to take the product and you need to take a sales partner, and then you need to influence and bring solutions to the customer. That's kind of it all distilled. We're going to use very big words and long paragraphs to really kind of define what that's going to look like. We're going to, depending upon what our core values are in these different businesses, we're going to focus on different aspects. You'll see on the one on the left, it's a customer-focused technical sales professional. The one on the right, we don't quite say that, but we do talk about understanding that our business requirements. So, we're kind of both tiptoeing around it, admitting that the customer needs to come first, that you're not an internal part of the organization, you're very external facing, right? And so, we can kind of show how all that is. Pre-sales it's buzzwordy. There's lots of everything to do with that. You're going to influence the product. You're going to influence by talking to the product team. Hey, nobody wants this. Nobody uses this. And I have a lot of those problems, right? My customer is unique. Often they need things that are working in air gap. We brought a very high level executive in our company to a meeting, brought him in there with a general. That general puts their pants on the same way. They were like, yeah, we have this requirement. Everything needs to be run in air gap. And that high level executive looks him in the eyes and goes, air gap is stupid. Stop being scared of the cloud and embrace the cloud. Wasn't quite right for the company, because that customer really shut down after that. We had to, rebuild that relationship. hey, that high level executive can do that. I can't do that. Or, maybe my job would be on the line. So, maybe sales engineering is not in the cards for that executive. All right, your role. 3 major things: discovery, then figuring out the reasoning, and then providing a solution. You're going to ask all the standard who, what, when, why, to what extent. And you're going to really dial down. And the main goal is to not look at all those questions in the left-hand box. Number one, they all start with what. Everything in the middle starts with why. You're not going to ask such basic questions. You're not going to just go down a checklist. You're going to have a conversation. Hey, I hear that you guys are a Cisco shop. I hear that you guys are a Fortinet. How's that working out for you guys? There, I've knocked off the first 2 in discovery. What do they have already? What is or isn't working? Then I can just kind of keep going down that and rephrasing everything that I'm talking about to whatever it is that I need to figure out. Just having a conversation between a few different individuals, just trying to figure out, what exactly is going to work out for them, and then what I have that could meet their needs. What I often like to do, I know my customer very well. I worked as a government civilian in the Army for quite a while, and the Marine Corps before that. They do not want a single vendor for any solution. They want a spread load, because if one of us has a major CVE or some kind of hack or something going on, they're going to need to figure out how to quickly dump us out of the equation. And so they want different checks and balances with different companies. So I'm not going to be every single part of the solution. So I'm very cognizant of going, hey, we don't want to do the routing, at the lowest level. We just want to be the firewall in this solution. Or, hey, we want to be the firewall, and we know that we have probably the best SD-WAN option for what you're looking at. But we understand that you already have some other products that can do that, and you've already bought those licenses. Stick with them. Let us know if you want to try out some licenses, and then you can figure out which one's better. We can do a bake-off. And then you can kind of work with the customer with that. What's holding a number? Before we go any further, we have to figure out what that means. There's plenty of people in sales that look down at anyone. You'll hear this phrase every so often of, yeah, John's never even held a number before. And the first time I heard that, I was like, I don't know what that means. Do I hold a number? They're like, yeah. And so basically what holding a number is you're given a quota. Now, it's one of the most stressful moments that we have every year. The end of the fiscal is starting to happen. For us, it happens July 31st, so we roll into August, a little different than a lot of different organizations out there. So right at the end of July, we're all getting all really, really stressed because we're waiting for sometime in the middle of August, maybe in September, to hear what our number for the next year is. Because every single thing that we do in the year is all based on, can we reach that number? And when you reach it, that's success. When you double or triple it, that's big success, right? And so we have all the, trips and incentives all tied to that we're going to go over. You have the President's Club that you reach. You have Century Club. You maybe have seen on LinkedIn, which means you've hit 100% of your quota. There's all kinds of different sales things, and there's all kinds of snooty, like, oh, that guy's never even hit his number. Oh, yeah? Not even once? No, he's never hit his number. And so, you have all that. But basically all that means is you've got a quota and you've got to do something against that quota. So this is what compensation looks like. This is one example. This is my my compensation is based around. We're on a 70-30 split, which means just for showing up, just for taking people to dinner and making slide decks and sending emails out, I get 70% of my base salary just for showing up. 30% is based off of that number. If I hit 100% of that number, I get 30% of my salary. So let's say I have a salary combined of $100,000. So 30%, $30,000. And let's say my number is $10 million. If I sell $10 million, I get 30 grand. That's it. I've had numbers that are 4, 5, 6 times that, and have only gotten a small amount comparatively. You're making the company a whole lot of money, but you're getting this. Now, don't get me wrong. I get paid a lot of money. I get paid quite well. There's also other benefits. I get, wellness stipends of, $1,000 a year. I get $500 for office. I get, $60 of my cell phone, paid for my internet, all of these different things that all add up. And so I told my boss when he hired me, I was like, hey, you screwed up bad because you already met my number with the 70. He's like, no, that's what we want. So sales engineers are treated as that 30%, that's a bonus. They're hoping that 70% is way more than enough. Yeah, it might be Lambo money, but you're gonna eat well. Now, a lot of companies, they'll have different factors to play into it. So like new logo bonuses. You go and you land a whole brand new company that nobody has ever landed before, you get a kicker. Maybe they bought a new product they'd never had before, and that's something that you guys are really trying to push that year, you get a kicker. Maybe you've taken, their existing firewall business and you've upped it by an extra 30%. That's an extra kicker. Some of them just do key performance indicators, your standard KPI. And that's, hey, have you knocked on 37 doors in the month of August? Yes, you have. You get $10,000 or whatever it is. And then a lot of the Silicon Valley companies and some like that, they all have restricted stock units or RSUs. Basically, you get X amount of stock per quarter or X amount per year, depending upon what, all those vesting things in. We could have an entire class on just that. And you get to then cash that out and see what you want to do on that. I will answer your question, John. This is my partner. No, my partner's not Walton Goggins, but he's that big smile, always cares about the clothes, but not too much. The collar is real nice. The hair is all done. This is a pure sales guy. This is Leonardo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street. That is the person that you're working with. And you're trying to make sure that they get paid because you're on a 70-30, but they're on a 50-50. So in that earlier equation, if you were, thinking about $100,000 a year, they're only taking home 50 of it guaranteed. The rest of it is eat what you kill, and they have to bring sales in. Now, the way that we kind of do it in most of the business is you're paired up 1-for-1. Sometimes those 1-for-1s are part of a bigger team. So I'm part of a bigger team, total of 6 people, 3 sales, 3 engineers, 1-for-1. We all have kind of a different focus in that team, but that team has one number. That's why my number is usually pretty large every year. And you're kind of like an independent franchise. You get to make your own decisions. You get to go out there and figure out who it is you're going to talk to. But if you're going to eat, you're going to have to land those. If you're going to get some kind of, project done, something purchased for testing or any kind of weird one-off type things, you're going to have to show that company, that organization is worth doing whatever it is. And so it's kind of, there's a lot of trust. Now, if you see up in there, I put in parentheses work spouse. And, people make jokes about that in every kind of industry. But you are tied together so much and you rely on each other for absolutely everything that it is, I feel like it's a lot more than anything else because it's just the two of you. And you've got to make sure everything works out. All right. Customers, friend or adversary? It depends. because some of them are forced to work with different groups. Some of them are sent to your company because, hey, they've got to get 3 quotes and they're just going through the motions. Some of it's a regulatory thing. Some of it's because, hey, maybe their current vendor really screwed the pooch and got hacked and all of their stuff got leaked. Or maybe they have one too many vulnerabilities. I really don't like to talk names or anything. So those companies that I have down there, they're just to be little jokes. You don't get too adversarial on this because you might be wearing a different polo shirt in a year from now, and you might be at any of those companies. That's why I tried to choose Norton and Quicken, because I don't think they're relevant for what it is that I'm ever going to do. But the customer, you have to figure them out. They often aren't super technical. Sometimes they are. You meet a lot of CISOs and CTOs that you're like, wow, you can get a signature on an email, and that's about all you can do. They show you, they're like, oh yeah, I've heard of the GPT chat. It's pretty cool. They don't understand what it is. And so you have to figure out, maybe you need to talk to somebody else. And maybe that person isn't the decision maker, but you're going to work with them to kind of trickle that information flow upwards. And so that when the CISO turns to their trusted advisor's already made the decision for them. So then all they have to do is write the check. All right, tools of the trade. That picture right there is not me. It might as well be me. That's my almost every day. I'm either doing a Zoom call every other hour, pretty much, or I'm flying around and landing at doing the same thing just in person. You build a lot of slide decks. I debated for a while of kind of showing you how I do my job in a presentation. And basically what that means is I have about 12 to 20 different tabs open that are very specific to whatever that customer could want. And I will just pull slides into the deck as I'm going through my first couple slides, and I'll just merge them in behind it. So that by the time the whole thing's done, there's a completely bespoke deck that looks like I'm clairvoyant, because I'm just taking the feedback that I'm getting throughout the conversation and then grabbing a slide over here and then inserting it in further down the deck. So you're going to be doing a significant amount of that. But your product is what's going to sell itself. You have to understand it and everything else, but you need to use it as a tool. If you have a really awesome interface and you're not showing it off, how are they ever going to know it? And so building out labs and environments where you can really show off what it does, that's where you're really going to come to win that customer over. Think about it as those salespeople that are selling Corvettes, right? They're out there, they're revving the engine, they're taking it through its paces. They know exactly what road to take you on, that's 1 to 2 miles away. Oh, that's got some, good turns, and they can go 65 on it, so that's where they're taking you. You have to know your product. Skills. Public speaking, huge. I took a stand-up comedy 101 course in community college. A lot of fun. My final was I did a bit on the difference between getting out of jail and getting out of high school. They're both mandated by the state, but one you get teddy bears and $20 bills, and the other one, everyone crosses the road when they see you. So you have to be able to speak. You have to be able to be witty, quick. You have to carry on that conversation, know when to move. You have to know your product really, really well. Not just the surface level. You have to be familiar with those little things, or at least familiar to where you can look it up. So when they email you, hey, I need this one setting, you can go find it. And then that personal charisma. And now I'm saying up there that you need to be born with it, or, wish it from a genie. But, that is something that could possibly be acquired and learned. I just haven't seen it very much. So you've got to figure out if this is for you, kind of based off of that. This is me just chilling, and that could be you someday. All you've got to do is be a sales engineer. I see some questions. What other titles? Solutions architect is often a post-sales sales engineer. And so, what they're doing is they've already bought, they've already purchased, they're already in for penny. You're showing them how they can get their whole pound out of it. Some people call it tech sales, some call it pre-sales engineering, sales engineering, solutions consulting, but sales engineer is by far the most popular title that they have. Yes, that is an awesome Lego Galaxy in the background. I had the whole family build it. It's pretty good. Internal Sales Engineering Academy. A lot of them do because how else are you going to learn those products? They're not going to expect you to go out and get a certification on theirs, except for ones that have massive workflows around that. Think of a Cisco, a little bit of a Fortinet. Some of those, they have certifications you can just go out and get because they're useful outside of the sales motion. And so those companies are going to be asking you potentially to go ahead and come to them with some of the basic certifications. So like a CCNA or something else like that. Most other people, the way that I got into this, I was a customer. I was a customer from 2019 till about 2023 when I switched over, 2024. Right around in that window. And I kept telling, my rep, hey, when you've got a job, let me know. When you've got a job, let me know. And he knew that I understood the product. I liked the product. And that's what I wanted to do as my next part of career. There are sales engineer roles that don't travel. They don't travel far. And so what I mean by that is they're regionally based and they're usually home for dinner. They'll go out, maybe an hour away. And they'll do it. Think of those as doing the small business stuff. So it really kind of depends when you're looking for jobs, roles, companies. You need to be looking for those that are regional sales engineers. Some of those, they do a pooled resource. So there might be like 5 in the East Coast, right? And your account rep does Georgia. They're going to use you because you're the closest, but you're not tied one for one with them. GovMill space. So I travel. I was at JBLM, a couple weeks ago. This week coming week I'll be in DC, and then I'll be over at Fort Huachuca in Arizona. So I travel all over because what I do is the programmatic stuff, the big, large stuff. There are some companies that kind of tailor that to where you physically are. And so, we have a rep that lives down in Florida, and there's a couple different bases there that might be something I would go to normally, but since they're right across the way, we have them go because they have a customer there, and then I have a customer there. They go to both, so that I don't have to travel to Florida because Florida's a garbage state. This should be excommunicated. And so, you can kind of tie all that in together.
What was that about Florida, Gabe?
It's a garbage state. Florida and Texas. I don't know what it is, but I have never loved those states. I've traveled.
Yeah, I see some job roles. I'm still pretty close to Fort Meade. Fort Meade has some pretty large customers. So depending on, I think, the situation, there are some sales, pre-sales or post-sales where you're not going to travel a lot because it's such a big contract value with some of the organizations that are located there.
Yep. Yeah. If you don't need to travel, you don't travel, and so I like to travel. And so I took this job with that expectation. I have hit platinum for Marriott, President's Club for Avis, gold for United. And I love to travel.
All right. This was awesome. I think this was really helpful. will you be around in VetSecCon, or if people have other questions, you'll be in Slack maybe?
Yeah, I'll be in Slack mainly because the wife wants her weekend of attention because I travel at 6 a.m. on Monday morning. But I'm always in Slack. I will post this slide deck in Slack so that anyone can grab it, because there were some things that were big wordy in there, and I will answer any questions directly via email or via Slack.
All right, that's awesome, Gabe. Thanks so much. This is really insightful. We are going to get Sean on stage now. Let me bring him up here.
How do I drop?
I got you, Gabe. Hello, Sean. Let's do audio
Hello.
check.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, 5 by
Excellent.
5. Let me bring
Excellent.
your slides up here.
Hey, look at that.
Oh, we're good so far.
All right, no technical issues. Let's make it happen.
All right, Sean, thanks for being here. I'm excited for this. I'm going to let you go ahead and take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for coming. My name's Sean McDaniel, and I'm here to talk about my personal journey down a declarative infrastructure rabbit hole. So I'm going to try to keep this as not uber technical as possible. I want you guys to take away as much as you can from it. And if you guys got any questions or anything, definitely hit me up. There's all my communication stuff right there. So yeah, have no fear. Go ahead and hit me up anytime. I'd love to do a workshop on this in the future. So give me some ideas. So my journey, happily married husband, been with my wife for over 20 years. I got 2 amazing kids, U.S. Army vet, originally enlisted in 2000. I got out in 2015. I'm a Bay Area resident. I was born and raised in the Bay Area. When I got out of the Army in 2015, I went back to project management. I come from a construction background. My whole family's a bunch of contractors. So I went back to doing construction management stuff. And with that, I started to see a niche that I might be able to exploit by becoming an entrepreneur. So started my own business. The goal was to help organizations not run their entire business on Excel, right? That's a big problem. So kind of found a way to help them with that. And in doing so, really started to see how security is a huge problem in a lot of small businesses. And so I've been really trying to help grow businesses into better understanding what they have to do to not be stuck in those situations, like business email compromise, phishing. These are all very common things that happen often. So kind of where my journey's been taking me. So right to it. What is Nix? Nix is a declarative Linux distribution, right? And you're probably asking yourself, declarative. Okay, very cool. This means I tell the system what I want, not how to do it. So for us, a lot of, general Linux users, Debian in particular, you tell the system how you want it to be built. You tell it all the nuance, you tell it all the things you want it to do, and hopefully it does it, right? As opposed to a declarative mindset where you're explaining exactly what you want. I like to call this the blueprint, right? And I'll explain this later. This is just a quick little primer for you guys. So, me personally, with my business, I have a pretty robust server farm, right? Everything I run, for the most part, is run off of Debian systems, right? So with that, I have a deep fear of breaking what works, right? Changing what already works is problematic for me. Even if it's like simple patchwork and prone to failure, it's anxiety inducing. Okay. My customers, just like everybody else's customers and everybody else in life, they want things to just work, right? So with that, trying something new can be a little anxiety inducing as well. Okay. Especially dealing with like proper production environments. That's just its own scary environment. And with that, especially being like a sole proprietor or somebody in a small shop, so security kind of feels like a secondhand effort. It's never like that's your main focus, especially when you're customer facing, right? It's a problem, and I wanted a better way to try to solve that problem. So I took a little introspective look and really wanted to know what I could do better. There must be a better way. I have a lot of hurdles to overcome, and that's kind of the joy of being able to do business your way, right? So, the ship of Theseus. I feel like I am piloting this ship of Theseus, right? The ship of Theseus paradox asks, if you slowly replace every part of your server, is it still the same server, right? In my circumstances, and I'm sure this is relatable to a lot of people, it simply must work. It just simply must work. I don't have a lot of options. This is my money printer. I got to keep the money printer going, right? I have a lot of scripts. I have a lot of playbooks. I have a lot of niche tooling. And I'm going to tell you what, you know, it works 60% of the time, all the time, right? And this gets me to be the super creative problem solver that I know we all are deep down inside. And unfortunately, being that super creative problem solver can be a huge time sink. And you end up finding yourself in positions where you're committing way too much time, where, you know, you're trying to solve what could be simple problems in complex ways, where you should be applying that in other directions. So another problem that tends to pop up, accidents happen, right? It's usually my story that I don't document something properly, or I have some weird niche problem that I'm not used to, and that could potentially doom my whole system. And now I'm in a position of having to rebuild the whole boat, right? These are problems. So, is learning really hard, or am I just kind of lazy? And I'll have to be honest with you, I am definitely kind of lazy. So it's a little bit of both. There's definitely a fear of the unknown, right? So I want my boat to be less an accumulation of all of these parts, and I want more of a whole boat. I want something that's a little bit consistent that just works, right? I have a whole bunch of excuses though, just like I'm sure we all do. Number one, I feel like I'm a little old. I'm going to be turning 43 this year. That makes me feel old, right? Time is one of the only things that I really value anymore. You know, you got the money, you've got the fame, you got all these things. I value time. So I don't have time for these steep learning curves. I don't have time for committing excessive bandwidth to things. My second excuse is you hear all these cool words, right? Declarative, atomic, reproducible, right? This is all very Jane Streety, right? Everything sounds neat. Honestly, it sounds like some esoteric magic, right? I don't work at Jane Street. If there's anybody that works at Jane Street that wants to talk later, let me know. Frankly, I'm not a good programmer, right? I consider myself as a small business owner to be more of an architect. Okay. And even that title I feel like gets abused a lot, but it's the truth. I'm an architect. I put the pieces together. I need these things to work coherently, right? And I need them to work a little bit easier than me grinding 24 hours a day on something that just doesn't need to be ground on. So programming servers, programming discords in particular, are notorious cesspools of bad advice. And it was exactly here where I was convinced to try NixOS. So I took the journey, I took the plunge, I did it, and here I am. And here's why. So I had a eureka moment, right? Total light bulb moment. I had a test server and I was deploying some new stuff. I was making the magic happen. And by magic, I mean CUDA. If anything breaks, you can usually blame it on CUDA. And that's exactly what I did. I was demoing some stuff, putting new things together, and my implementation of CUDA broke my system, and it broke it really, really bad, right? I had an epic failure on a update upgrade, and it kind of got me to be a little tentative, a little afraid of, you know, the APT upgrade, and knowing that rollback can be a nightmare in that circumstance, right? I had a clock that was ticking. You know, I was planning on getting this demo up and running because I got clients that are interested in things that I've been talking about. And now here I am having to commit time to rebuilding a whole system, right? And it's a problem. It's a real problem when I have to commit that much time to do something where I know I screwed up so badly before, right? So I needed some things. I had a lot of what ifs in my head. You know, what if this was production? I would have a client losing money. I would be losing money. I would potentially be losing a client, right? Or clients. So even a mundane update risks breaking your entire system. And so you have to really think about how that plays down the line for you. I had real world consequences as well. You know, if this was a production thing, I've got job site tracking stuff that I do. I've got office stuff that is structured and built into these systems. All those things would shut down. I would have businesses crippled, right? From the field to the office. There's these butterfly effects. There's these cascading failures that just affect you all the way down the line. So I needed a few things, right? And in my eyes, I was thinking, okay, there's just got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be some sort of silver bullet, right? And in my opinion, I was aiming more towards like, how do I get a blueprint? How do I make a blueprint? I'm sick of these recipes. I'm sick of these bash scripts and these playbooks, right? I want blueprints. I want my system to just be the way it is, right? On top of that, I wanted rollbacks to be a little bit easier, right? And another important facet of all this was I really needed it to be reproducible. I needed to be able to give it to a sysadmin or to a colleague and for it to be the same system down the line, right? No changes. I needed a 5-second solution, not a 5-day solution, right? My mean time to recover, I gotta get those numbers down, man. So recipes versus blueprints, right? This is the meat of it. So the imperative recipe is a long list of commands telling you how to do the thing that you're doing, right? You get a lot of configuration drift. You're micromanaging scripts, you're micromanaging playbooks. You've got this fear of overwriting stuff because maybe you have a Z shell RC that you're going to overwrite because you didn't adjust your script properly. Stupid stuff happens all the time. So you end up micromanaging all of that, right? You could have a busted install, right? Your state represents that busted install, right? So now you're in a position where maybe your APT cache upgraded and you're fine there, or you have a good update in that regard, but you had a line item install for a package that just didn't cut just didn't cut it. And now you're in a fuzzy state, right? And that's a problem. This creates a bigger issue downstream where auditing becomes a forensic task, right? Which again is another huge time sink. You get to know your logs very intimately, and nobody wants to have to be going back and auditing their entire system just because they had one bad upgrade that they couldn't roll back from. Now, as opposed to the Nix way, the declarative way of looking at it as a blueprint, you're focusing on the what, right? So you have a single file that defines your entire system, right? This, for me, brings pure configuration joy, okay? The state is enforced by that single file, right? Auditing becomes a task of reading. You get to know your git diff and your Nix diffs. That's it. You're not having to go back and look at how you rebuilt the wheel and analyze every little facet of that. Your build can fail and it never touches the system. You can go back, repair what you have to repair, and then you can carry on with your day. Let's get right to the technical stuff, right? So if you can take a look at the slide here, up above, I got a little bash shell script that is probably familiar to a lot of people. This wants to install Z shell and get OMZ going and copy a Z shell RC over to my home folder, right? Down below, I have the same process for Nix, okay? So up above, I have the potential for fragile and dirty failures, right? Right here off the bat, you can see FZF is broken. I put that there as a huge red flag. The script is going to die. It's dirty now, right? Your APT cache is updated, but Z shell wasn't installed. Nothing else followed, right? There is no rollback. You have to go back to tell the system what to do explicitly, okay? It's not reproducible. This is a recipe for right now. I'm curling stuff, I'm git cloning stuff. This is for right now. It's not going to be something that's going to be effective down the line for a colleague or for a sysadmin, because who knows if there's going to be a change in that package between now and then, right? Even a granular change, something small, you're not matching, right? Now you have a mix match. You have destructive configuration drift, okay? This is a big one for me because this hits on the micromanagement aspect, which is the time lost, right? If I want to add packages, I want to go back to my script and add those packages, right? I got to keep that script updated. So now I'm back on that micromanagement train, okay? It's easy to overwrite some basic user level configurations this way. Zshell RC, bash RC, you have a bunch of cool aliases in there. You're updating stuff. Oh, you copied your old Zshell. It becomes a mess really quickly, right? And it's a one-time destructive action. So you do this, you've borked everything in one pass, right? And now you're back in that fuzzy state. And then back to, again, the audit becomes a forensic task. Now, as opposed to the Nix blueprint, right? Your build failed. The system is the same as it was before. Everything is sandboxed, okay? Nothing was done to the working system on failure. It was all done within the sandbox. It either works 100% of the time, every time, or it doesn't work at all. It's atomic. That's what it does. Everything that you install via your Nix configuration file is pinned, okay? Look at the file. There's no curling. There's no git cloning. There's none of that. Everything is managed directly by Nix, all the way down to assigning your aliases, right? This is a very simple example just to get the point across, right? So all package versions are tied to my Nix packages channel. Everything is reproducible by my colleagues, sysadmins, everybody down the line can have the same exact system that I do, right? And that makes it just fantastic in my opinion. There are other aspects of this, which we can get into later if we have time, like flakes. Flakes make the world a better place, but that's a whole workshop, honestly. The biggest part of all this is declarative. The file is the system. Nix configuration dot or the configuration.nix is the system, right? No questions asked. Nix doesn't overwrite those configs like you would in a Debian system or in any other kind of Linux system that isn't declarative. It builds an entirely new one. It declares exactly the what for those configurations, right? If I want to remove or add packages, I do it all in one file. I don't have this mix mash of different scripts or having to APT stuff all the time. I don't have to do any of that. So, demo time. Take a look at what we got here. I got my script with my FCF broken. I'm gonna go ahead and install this script. And you got to ask yourself, what version of Z Shell FCF are you installing? You don't know. You're just counting on Debian to do that for you, right? My team may not get the same versions of that package that I'm getting right now, right? So here's the example. I have my FCF is broken. Oops, let me go back here. I have my FCF is broken here. And again, that's just a red flag to show you exactly what the problem is, right? That script dies right then and there. My cache is updated, but the script is dead. It's no longer viable for me, right? Whoops. Excuse me. All right, so like I said, cloning from repos, master branch, same issue. Something will change, right? And you get caught in this loop of destructive copies, right? This will overwrite updated versions unless you micromanage your scripts. When I copy that Z shell RC over, it's going to create an issue downstream where I may copy the old version back over. I've just killed all my aliases. It's a problem, right? So this isn't to discount the fact that there are things like Ansible and Terraform. These are all great tools. They're great platforms. They do what they do very well. But a lot of these issues still stick, right? It creates long-term issues downrange, and that's a problem for me, especially as a small business, right? So here is a blueprint. Configuration.nix location is important, right? This is a system file. So where it is, you're going to have to access it via sudo. It sits in your etc. That's the typical location. You can change that. There's nothing stopping you, but that's where it typically sits. And we go from here directly into our blueprint. Boom. Here we go. We're going to take a short tour. Start up at the top. We get our bootloader issues. We've got all of our networking set up. We've got all of our locales. We get down into our X server, driver necessities. We get into display manager, desktop manager. All of this stuff is right here. One file, auditable. Git log, git diff, nix diff, they tell the auditing story, right? This is pure configuration as code. So what I'm doing here is I want Z shell to be my shell for my user, Mac. And I'm taking a cheat code here. I already had this in here, but I'm installing Z shell just like I would install it in Debian. But I want you to notice here, right? This is the most important part. I am declaring what I want. I'm not telling it how to do it. I'm telling it this is what I want. I want Z shell. I want it enabled. I want auto completion. I want auto suggestions. I want OMZ. I want Robbie Russell. And on top of that, the icing on the cake, I want my aliases, right? You put all that into one file and it's done, right? You're not sitting there weaseling around in a bunch of different configurations, right? That makes a huge difference in my opinion, okay? So you come back, you do your Nix rebuild switch. You can alias this command as well. Your entire system gets rebuilt. All packages are pinned. Everything gets symlinked to the Nix store, which is an immutable master system location. So this plays onto the fact that this being declarative, you're not just going in there mutating stuff. You're not changing things willy-nilly. You're not breaking your system just because you can, okay? So once this rebuilds, which can take a minute, everything's rebuilt, we're good to go, right? You can see where everything is linked. It gives you a nice printout of what you got. There's no shame in doing a quick reboot, especially when you're making deeper system changes, right? Reboot into a new system. Here we go, ready to rock and roll. Boom, there we go. Everything is there. Don't have to worry about going back, copying my Z shell over or copying my Z shell RC. I don't have to source any files. Everything that we asked for is done. No configuration drift, no dirty breakages. So this is the bread and butter. This is the money maker, right? Rollbacks. So rollbacks after a major upgrade, I consider non-trivial, especially in imperative systems, right? So let's say I have a hardware issue. This could be a kernel or a driver level issue. These can be documented poorly, and then guess what? You're the one left holding the bag, right? You can have a failed major upgrade, right? That's going to be a package level disaster. Even worse is when you take it upon yourself to start like depackaging, installing, forcing dependencies. Like, look, man, you're working outside the bounds of your package manager. You're gonna get what you're gonna get, and you're not gonna like it, right? And you get caught in this just feeds into a dependency hell that we hear often, right? Dependency hell is another package level plague that we constantly battle, right? So I got package A also updates a core library, something like, I don't know, libc. A doesn't work on your system, right? So now you have to roll back. Well, you can't because now your libc is different, and you just get these cascading effects, right? You get stuck in these catch-22s. Let me show you. So this is a Debian system. A simple script that this is pretty much what I did to break my system, right? I curled a CUDA helper shell script from the internet, just raw dogging it, right? Just let that thing go, right? Because CUDA's complicated. I don't want to dig into it. I just want other people's solutions to work for me, okay? CUDA's always to blame here. So APT is looking good. I'm just following direction, right? APT update, APT upgrade. Boom, getting hit with a dependency issue, Python 3 minimal. Uh-oh, it's not installed. We're going to go back to what is considered the rollback method for Debian, apt fix broken install, not happening. Let's just try to raw dog it a little bit more, and let's just install the package, right? That's not good. You're stuck in this catch-22. APT depends on Python, can't reinstall Python without APT. Doom loop, right? This is fixable in other ways, but it is a time sink. Here you are wasting time, right? Yeah, you're so fired, right? This is a problem. So Nix fixes this, most of it anyway, right? You get these crazy fast atomic rollbacks, right? And that's the real 5-second solution winner here, and the hero of the story. We'll get back. We'll get into a demo here in a minute. You're not left with any partial state that your system is left in, right? It's all or nothing. These changes being atomic, you have individual and granular changes, and if they don't work, your system stays the same, right? You can take a chance, right? You can install new packages. You can be experimental. You can install experimental stuff. You have the option to go out there and really try things that you would typically be kneecapped trying to do otherwise, right? The fix is that 5-second rollback. That's the ultimate fix to a lot of problems, right? When all else fails and you hit that reset button, all those previous system builds are available in the boot menu. You have everything right there. And I'll show you guys that too. It's just amazing. You have every derivation, you have every configuration that you have. It's all in a beautiful list. You can pick and choose what you want. You can go all the way back to your original install image. It's beautiful, right? There's a couple of things it doesn't do though, right? So only things managed by the Nix system are rolled back, right? So this includes all your system stuff, major configurations, but not all of them. Most of that system-based stuff is rolled back, right? Your files, however, will stay where they are, right? So this includes your dot files, your logs, stuff in the home folder. Honestly, I feel like this is an overlooked benefit for me personally, because it really enables you to, okay, I may have boloed something here. I can go back and I can address that. And with your Nix configuration file, it's not going to change any of that either. It's going to enable you to go back in there, make the changes you need to make, rebuild the system, and go. So the rollback fix, right? Here we go. Let's get into our file. We've already taken our tour. So we're going to go ahead and work on another file that we shouldn't touch, right? There's a hardware file that's made that is made upon initialization of the system, right? So you have your hardware configuration.nix. We're going to go in here and we're going to change a UUID, right? Because you totally should do that. And we're going to do it right now. And we're going to really brick this system, okay? We're going to rebuild the system. Every time you make changes to these files, you rebuild. Always rebuild. Always rebuild. Perfect. Now we're going to reboot into our grub. We've made our system changes. We made our hardware change. Now we're going to see the breakage, okay? Ooh, waiting for a device. We're broken. Try to ignore it. Try to get out of there. Not going to happen, right? You got to reboot. Let's reboot. Let's get back into our all configurations menu option. And here's the thing of beauty. All of our configurations, right? Every derivation we have thereof, okay? This is your instant rollback. You go right back to the system as it was working before, and you don't have to worry about having that broken, lingering system. You don't have to, like, when you get that black screen with a bunch of writing, one thing you want to do is just get me the USB, let me restart this whole thing, right? That's your typical MO in that kind of circumstance. And this really enables you to get out of that headspace, okay? Like I said, the files don't change. You have to get back in there. You want that instant MTTR, you got to get back in there, fix that file, okay? That's the cost of time here. And it's not crushing. You get in there, you fix what you messed up, and you can reboot and you're back into a working system, okay? You must fix that, for each derivation will still carry that issue if you do not fix it, okay? And you can get into doom loops that way. But if you're managing everything the way you would manage it in a regular system and you're just using the benefits of having Nix, then you can carry on a lot easier, right?
Glad to be here, and yeah, looking forward to getting to share some stuff with you here. So my talk here is sharing the signal, unlocking cloud. Kind of starting out a little bit about me. I've been working in cloud security specifically for the better part of the past 6.
So here we go. The learning curve. The learning curve. So you get what you put in, right? Editing a single file is ultra low bandwidth. You should be able to do this and not sweat it. It makes it very enjoyable. A good example here, here was my learning curve. 137 lines for my configuration.nix. Not a big deal, right? Super easy to manage. Saving myself from dependency hell, that's another big one, right? I can move fast with confidence. Oh, we're getting questions in chat. Are we good?
You had that brief minute where we heard something, but I think you're good, Sean.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, but you're
I heard
close to time.
somebody else talking in there. I think it was like the next presenter, maybe.
That shouldn't be possible, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here we go. So, yeah, Gabe makes a good point, right? Docker Compose, 500 lines. Hey, every day, all day, right? So you can keep this super nimble, super quick, and that's just a basic system, right? So it's low effort maintenance. It's exactly what I need. Okay. Is this worth a quicker MTTR? For me, absolutely yes. Right. Is it worth not having to dig into things like, IP tables? Yeah, Absolutely. It's totally worth it, right? Keeps my life simple, keeps everything going the way it needs to go. There are some thorns, right? You got to learn the language. Nix OS, Nix is a declarative language. It takes some time. This is seen as the steepest learning curve. You have an ecosystem, but sometimes the ecosystem is a little rough. The community has some growing pains. Takes time to go from a package manager to a full distro. Okay. Open source community leaves a little bit to be desired, right? Documentation can leave a little bit to be desired as well. There's some great resources though. Determinate Systems is the enterprise resource. Check them out. Totally worth checking out. They have a great installer. Nix packages and options. Look them up on Google. Great way to organize all of your options and everything else you need to have organized there, right? There's more packages in the Nix ecosystem than there is in the AUR. So you can't go wrong, right? Bottom line, my security posture was shaky, constantly adding to the scaffolding. I wanted an easier way to do things. This was a shift in my fundamental philosophy of ownership, right? Changed the way I looked at things. I got a blueprint, I have rollbacks, and the learning curve is manageable and it works to my benefit, and I take control of that, right? As veterans, we know that change is inevitable. Change is going to happen. We also know what discomfort is, right? The most important thing is that we're all adaptable. We move, shoot, communicate. And for me, having a tool like this enables me to move, shoot, communicate that much quicker. So with that, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you being here. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'm always available, usually on Slack all the time, always putzing around in there. So yeah, hit me up.
Thanks, Sean. This was super great. I thought it was pretty interesting. I followed most of it, even to be honest with you. It was great to see you again. I'm
Great to
not
see
sure
you.
I'll be at RSA this year, but do you know if you'll be out there again?
Yeah, I definitely will. I'll be at RSA. I'll be at B-Sides. So yeah, I try to hit them up every year. So yeah,
Awesome.
if you guys are coming out, anybody heads to the Bay Area, man, hit me up.
We got a strong West Coast crew out there. So,
That's what's up. I
all right,
love
let
that.
me get Andrew up here. Thanks so much, Sean. We'll talk
All right,
to you
guys.
later.
Thank you.
Hey, Andrew, let me test your audio.
Hey, John, can you hear me?
5x5. Let me get your slides up here.
Fantastic.
Thanks so much for being here. We couldn't do this without all our speakers taking time. But with that, I'm going to get out of the way and let you get going.
Thanks, John. I really appreciate it. It's been really fun to see some familiar names in the chat here. I've been kind of palling around VetSec for a couple of years now, and getting to see like how much this community has grown, how it's changed, evolved, and supported a whole lot of vets getting into the industry has been it's been really, really inspiring for me. I really appreciate John, Tyler, the rest of the crew for having me back to speak at VetSec again. I'm doing a little bit of a different talk this year. Those of you who've caught my my talks before, I was the guy talking about some election security stuff and hacking political parties, which is still a fun side project and still something that's going on. But as I've changed gears from that, now in my full-time role at a different venture, I wanted to come in and talk a little bit about sort of what I've learned in the early stages and now starting to grow and scale a little bit in the world of cybersecurity entrepreneurship. And I think there was a lot of things that I would have really benefited from learning around this time last year. And Bryson's talk earlier covered like 80% of them. I came out of that really, really fired up and learned a ton. And so I'm really glad that John and the organizers have been deliberate in trying to focus on entrepreneurship as a kind of a core topic for the conference this year. And I'm even more excited I get to follow Bryson, who's a really like leading voice in this space for veterans breaking into this industry, and particularly sort of his thoughts on what it takes to do a startup and some of the expectations and then the reality of doing it. So I'm just gonna like right up front, like I'll just say I like double click on absolutely everything that Bryson has said, and I'm gonna try to focus a little bit more on some of the problems and challenges and questions that I was wrestling with when I was jumping between ventures and trying to figure out why is this like startup thing so hard, and how do I know if this is something I can do. So again, like really excited to be here. I really appreciate the attention on the potential of veterans coming into entrepreneurship in this space. And my goal today is to leave you all with a couple of thoughts and encouragement on how this thing is not as unapproachable as it seems. And so just from the get-go real quick, a little bit about my background before. I was in the Army for about 7 years. I was an Army cyber operations officer, bounced around between US Cyber Command, US SOCOM, spent some time in one of the JSOC units, did some fun stuff like election security, critical infrastructure, Russia, Ukraine. Got to serve with a couple of the folks that I've seen in chat today, and so it's always fun to see just how small the military cyber community is. Along the way, I went through Georgia Tech to go and get my master's in cyber, and then got out of the military and separated in early 2024, and decided to go do the GI Bill thing. So I went back to UVA to get my MBA there at the business school. So I took a little bit of a break from the technically focused stuff to go learn about things like balance sheets and marketing and how to run a business, all the things that help bring the actual cool technical things to life. So here's the nuts and bolts and what it looks like to of how a startup gets born. This is the screenshot. I had to dig back through LinkedIn to find it, but this is the first time that my now co-founder reached out to me and said, "Hey, like I'd love to get together and meet." So I was teaching as an adjunct lecturer in the UVA engineering school, and Hunter, so my co-founder at Hardshell now, is also a member of the faculty there, had come through UVA for his PhD a long time ago, and I had the good fortune to be introduced to Hunter through a mutual contact, and thought it was just some rando at the school reaching out on LinkedIn, and I said, "Oh, cool! Like this AI security thing sounds interesting." And then the next screenshot next to it is about 6 months later or so, after Hunter and I had gone through a couple of those meetups for coffee and brainstorming and the what ifs, and then set up the aptly named AI security company Google Drive folder, which I sort of felt like was the actual start of like committing to trying out a startup. And then before too long, in January, there on the right hand side of the screen, I'm the guy with the mustache in the bottom, which will be coming back next month in November. We started pitching. So we started getting out and talking to customers. In this case, we were talking to folks on the federal government side. So we were looking at, hey, where can we bring this that folks have a problem that this solves? And so that was really like the onset of starting to discover customers and understand what the need looked like. In between that screenshot in January and then summer 2025 is all the things that aren't pictured there. Literally hundreds of pitches, hundreds of customer discovery conversations, hundreds of me bugging folks on LinkedIn saying, "Hey, I'm an Army vet. Hey, I went to UVA. Can I get like 15 minutes just to like understand how you guys are using AI and like get your thoughts on this?" I tell you, like, we all have the most powerful support network and the biggest cheat code in mentoring and networking, and it's just reaching out to other veterans. I have very rarely, and it's incredible to be able to say this, but like, very rarely been ghosted by another veteran when I reached out on LinkedIn. Just like straight up cold calls. I mean, really, the power of the veteran community is just astounding in this space. It's better than like the schools I've gone to, reaching out to alumni networks. It's better than previous places I've worked. There is like just this strong common bond that if a veteran reaches out, I have found that in almost every case, the person on the other end, even if they can't be helpful, they're always willing to reply and say, "Hey, Andrew, like I may not be the best person for this, but like let me put you in touch with this guy, or let me put you in touch with this gal to talk about this, because I know she's bigger in this space." And so, because of all that support, because of those mentors, those connections, we took a very early stage, half-baked Google Drive concept in November that now is rocking and rolling, and So we just wrapped up a fundraise round. So we're backed by a couple of venture capital firms. We've got our kind of our first customers in the door. We're hiring, we're building out the team, and it feels like we're doing all the things that I back then I felt like were very lofty, faraway goals that very quickly, once you spend the time on it and commit to making that decision of, hey, I'm going to actually try this. I was shocked at how quickly we became a quote unquote real company, and one that was able to be venture backed and be able to grow quickly. But I don't want to spend any time talking about the company, like what we're doing, like why it's cool and awesome. I think it is a fascinating space, but I want to talk about that specific decision of how you get to that point of understanding, like, how do I know if this is really for real? Or how do I know if, I can take the risk and make this jump? So that's what I want to spend time talking about today. And I'll sprinkle in a little bit of startup advice here kind of throughout. But again, thankfully, I think Bryson's really done a great job in covering the fundamentals there. But I'll add the same caveat as he did, that I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a startup expert. This is why I think startups are hard for vets in general. So this is something called the cave matrix that comes out of the idea of this principle called effectual entrepreneurship. And what this looks at is, what is the space of prediction and control where great entrepreneurs build successful companies? And I'm trying to think about this in the context of veterans, where what we do in the military is fundamentally adaptive. We exist in a very low prediction environment, both from a organizational perspective, where things change constantly, priorities are constantly shifting. You get remissioned, you get retasked, you get new people, and you also have very little control over that environment. Even if you're in a leadership position, even if you're in command or in a supervisory role, your degree of control is typically limited to yourself and the people you're directly responsible for. It's very difficult to control upwards and outwards. And so within this graph, sort of the researchers and folks who've built this idea of, hey, what makes entrepreneurs successful have pointed to this adaptive corner as this is where, good decision makers and good, resilient, adaptive builders tend to do well. And to me, that seems the most like what we did in the military. But what they found is that really great and successful entrepreneurs succeed very well in creating environments in which they have a high degree of control, even though there's a very low degree of predictive ability. So in the upper right, you have your classic visionary entrepreneurs, your Steve Jobs, your Elon Musk, folks who remain very tightly controlled over their product and their vision for the future, and they are going to be able to predict the future because they're going to invent it. And that works for a very specific class of entrepreneurs, a very specific type of product and service. But in classical entrepreneurship, where, like Bryson talked about, it takes a lot of iterative cycles to find product market fit, to find the right customers. Entrepreneurs are very successful by focusing on things they can control and increasing their ability to control that future as opposed to trying to predict it. And the best way to do this is through making what's called an effectual ask. So your best way to increase your degree of control is to co-build that future with others. And this can be tough if you're asking somebody for money, like in the case of a venture capital firm, or if you're asking for early customers, because it tends to be very transactional. You give me money, I give you a portion of my company, or you give me money and I give you this service. That is the kind of sort of the causal quadrant here on the graph, where I have no control over what happens, but I'm very, very good at predicting, right? I can be very transactional in nature. What these research, what they found when they look across the discipline of entrepreneurship writ large, which is much bigger than just venture capital backed tech startups, by the way. Entrepreneurship is the most common discipline in the world. Good entrepreneurs excel at making control much more important than being able to predict. the assumption is that the future is going to be changing and unknowable. And so by focusing on the aspects that you can control, you're much more likely to be able to produce a product that people actually need or make a venture that's actually successful. I think this is why entrepreneurship has been traditionally difficult for vets to move into the space where, hey, I need to be a little like I need to exercise control over the environment outside of focusing on how can I better forecast or how can I better plan. Best entrepreneurs are typically not great planners, but they're very, very good relationship and network builders. That's why control is the best way to build sustainable and successful ventures. Here's what, so within the same kind of band of research of effectual entrepreneurship, here's sort of the three big problems that they've identified in the world of startups as being pervasive across ventures, across different industries, different focus areas. And I've tried to translate that into like the questions that I would ask myself. The first is this idea of isotropy, which is when you're doing a startup, or if you've ever told anybody about an idea you have for a startup, the number one thing that person is likely to do is give you advice on it. The idea of isotropy is that you're going to get lots and lots of advice. You're going to get a lot of direction. You have a lot of stakeholders. You have customers, you have your fellow founders, you have employees, you have friends, you have backers. You're going to get a lot of advice. It's difficult to know which advice is useful, which advice is applicable for you, because fundamentally, the odds of someone having done exactly what you're trying to do is vanishingly small. I had a mentor back in the military who gave me really good advice when I was transitioning, which was, the best kind of advice comes from people who have done one of two things. The first is they have done what you are trying to do right now. And two is they are in a position that you would trade places with. That doesn't always apply, but that's been a really good barometer for me in the startup space with getting lots and lots of advice from investors, from other startups, from just other stakeholders. And the way I felt that, especially early on, was making that personal decision of how do I know like when I should focus on this and when I should stop looking for a full-time job, or when I should start prioritizing what I'm working on for the venture over, a traditional career path. It's a really like difficult thing, like to Jason's question in chat, like how do you actually determine? There is nobody who's going to be able to give you the advice that solves that problem, that answers that question on the right. The only person who can make that decision is you. You're truly the only person who understands the full context and details of that decision. And so to give you reassurance though, that problem of isotropy, of conflicting advice, is something that's common across startups for everyone, not just for vets. The second big problem in entrepreneurship is this thing called Knightian uncertainty, which is the idea that the future or the progress of your venture, the changes in the market, not only are they difficult to predict, but they actually might be impossible to predict. It's the idea of unknown unknowns. And for me, in a startup, the way I felt this early on was not knowing what I should build, not knowing what I could build, or not knowing what I would be qualified or capable of building. That is a problem that is pervasive across all ventures. This is not just something that veterans struggle with. I think it's something that entrepreneurs in general will continue to struggle with, is the idea that the future might be fundamentally unknowable because you're creating something new, because you're building a company that doesn't exist. You're competing in a different way. You're tackling some security challenge differently. The last problem that's consistent across entrepreneurship is sort of, I think of it as related to the Red Queen fallacy. If you've seen Alice in Wonderland, the Red Queen tells Alice it takes all the running you can do just to remain in the same place here. It's the idea that there's sort of a horizon effect with success, that in a startup, you feel this impetus to keep moving, to keep progressing, to keep doing things just to remain sort of where you're at and just to continue making baseline progress. And for the classic way this manifests for folks considering jumping into entrepreneurship is, how do I know when this is actually ready? How do I know when this is going to be far enough along? How do I know I have enough of a safety net in this venture? How do I know it's going to be successful? It's something that it's not unique to you. It's not unique to veterans. This is something that entrepreneurs across the world struggle with. And my kind of quick answer sort of to all of those is, you don't need to be ready. You don't need to know exactly what you should build. You don't need to know exactly when you should stop looking at other jobs. And you're probably never going to know if the venture is successful enough to support you long term. It's something that we struggle with constantly now, even with being funded, even with having customers, even with meeting some of the milestones and factors that we set as goals early on. I still don't feel ready. But you're never going to be ready. And so if you make the decision of taking the leap into startups, into entrepreneurship, if you make that contingent on you feeling ready, you might never get there. Because those of us who are have taken that leap and kind of jumped out of the full-time 9-to-5 cycle into entrepreneurship, none of us ever felt ready either. It's something that's a level of discomfort that becomes kind of familiar for you when you're building something new and operating in kind of a little bit of an unknown space. So to put those together into some of those early stage questions of, okay, as I'm thinking through starting a venture, I asked myself a lot of these questions on the left. It's the classical lean startup model. How quickly can I build? How quickly can I get feedback? How quickly can I make something better? The idea of effectuation is that you can reframe this perspective slightly, and you can approach entrepreneurship as something sustainable. And there's sort of 5 kind of principles to it, and I'll spare you the academic portion of it, but it's related directly to these questions and how you reframe it. Instead of focusing on the upside, instead of focusing on your odds of making it through Bryson's kind of math of just how few companies become unicorns, because it is intimidating to see those numbers, focus instead on your downside risk early. What does it cost you for this venture? What does it cost you to try this for this amount of time? And making affordable, conservative bets rather than a few very, very big ones, particularly those of us with families and those of us with life circumstances that might make it difficult to, jump ship and not take a salary for a while. Focus on small bets with affordable downside risks that you can stomach or that your life situation can tolerate. Jason asked another good question, how do you bring others on board with that too? I think again, you can try to sell people on the potential for you becoming a $1 billion unicorn. In our early hiring journey, what we found is that focusing on folks who are willing to make those small, affordable bets and being very transparent that there are downsides to working in a startup. Stability is not something that's always guaranteed. You don't have the predictability or the comfort or the benefits that working at a large company give you. But you do have other factors like working on a really cool mission or solving really cool technical problems or having tangible ownership of that company's success. So it's not to necessarily exclude focusing on the upside, but for you as an entrepreneur, trying to reframe it in terms of smaller, affordable bets helps frame that decision in a much more palatable and approachable way. Same kind of on the next question of what can I get? What can I buy? Try to focus on the bird you have in hand already. What do you have? What expertise do you have? What network? What connections? What unique insight do you have that you can build around? Or within your network, what can you leverage? A lot of people get very caught up and intimidated as soon as they decide to do a startup, and then they Google what their startup is doing, and then they find 30 other companies that are doing something pretty similar. Instead of focusing on who's competing, focus on who's potentially going to partner with you. There's always going to be competitors. Having competitors is a good thing. When you're asked by people who are going to fund you or back you, If you tell them that you don't have competitors, it means that either you don't understand the market or you haven't done your research to find them. Because the odds of you not having any competitors in your space are next to none. Competitors are a good thing. Some of them might turn into really good partners. Try to focus on where you can build those partnerships, especially early, and get people to put skin in the game to help you bring your idea into existence. It's a great way to find customers. Kind of related to the downside risk is it tends to be really easy as an entrepreneur to focus on what happens if things go wrong. Try to focus on instead how to make lemonade out of lemons, because things are going to go wrong very often. You're going to get told no a lot, especially from venture capitalists. Find new opportunities when someone tells you no. Find new ways to approach the problem, particularly if it's feedback from customers. Identify what those opportunities are. It might mean that you have to pivot your product slightly. It might mean that you have to change your messaging slightly. Focus on the opportunities that those no's and those changes create, rather than seeing them as roadblocks or dead ends. And then related to the kind of control and prediction graph, instead of focusing on how to forecast and plan better, focusing how you can control and adapt better. Your goal should be to make your venture as within your control as possible. And the best way to do that is co-creating that with other people, ideally your customers, but certainly your partners as well. Here's your one-page, one-slide guide to doing a startup under the sort of the effectual principles. And a lot of this relates very closely back to what Bryson was saying with ideating and iterating on an initial idea. I won't go too into details on some of the legal mechanics and the IP in the organization, because I think he covered a lot of that already. And ChatGPT honestly is generally pretty good at helping you think through some of that stuff. But in general, if you're going to follow a process of how to do a startup, I think this will get you 90% of the way there. Find a real problem worth solving. Something that is expensive, manual, or in our field, insecure, that you have good firsthand knowledge of, and then talk to lots and lots of people who really care about that problem. This should be easy for you with your networks in the military, with your networks in cybersecurity. Talk to the people who are experiencing that problem day to day. Get their perspective, because they're probably thinking about it slightly differently. And the best way to find early customers is to have them describe the problem to you that your solution is solving. It becomes really, really helpful when you then try to sell a product that solves that back to them. The second step is solve one part of that problem really, really well. If you take whatever that process is, whatever that bit of tech is that you found out there that's manual, expensive, or insecure, solve this much of it, but solve it really, really well. Focus on what it is that you have unique capability, the bird you have in your hand, and focus on solving that one little bit of it. Prioritize making it useful and being able to get early feedback, and then build it. Get it to users quickly. The product is going to be ugly. It's going to be imperfect. It's probably going to be manual. It's not going to have a good interface, and that's okay. You should be a little bit ashamed of your first product. We definitely were, and still are in a lot of ways. Solve only that little part of the problem. Don't add any features yet. Get feedback from your users on how it solves that problem. And then do some of the things that Bryson talked about earlier. Set up an LLC, talk to a good lawyer, and get lots and lots of practice telling your story. There are a lot of founder support systems out there. There's accelerators, there's incubators, there's founder support systems, stuff like Y Combinator or Techstars, programs you may have heard about. The right one is the one that fits your unique needs. And the best way to make that decision is by having good mentors and good advisors who can steer you. Ideally, folks who've been through that before. But don't just assume that every program out there is something you need to apply for. Focus on solving that problem really, really well. Remember, if there's one takeaway I leave you with is that for all of that, you're not going to feel ready, and that's okay. Even having a good idea of what that problem is, how you're going to build it, how you're going to tackle it, how your network's going to help you, you're still probably not going to feel ready. I don't feel ready for 90% of the things that we do at Hardshell. The problems we run into, new conversations with new customers, finding new investors. all this is new territory for us. Every problem that we solve for the first time is scary, hard, and complicated. We managed to get through it because we have good advisors, we have good mentors, and folks in our support network who can help us navigate that. But at the end of the day, try not to make your decision based on whether or not you feel ready, because you're probably not going to. Even after you launch and even after you commit, you're probably still not going to feel ready. And that's okay. The problems that you face in entrepreneurship, these questions you're going to ask yourself, are things that every founder, every entrepreneur is asking themselves as well. It's a consistent factor across the discipline of entrepreneurship and starting companies, and that's okay. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a ton of fun. You have some really unique insights from your time in the military, from dipping toes into cybersecurity, from the fields you've worked in before. Take stock of what those are, take stock of your networks, and then find a really interesting problem. And folks are going to be gravitated towards your energy in solving that. Would love to talk more with anyone who